So good evening, everybody. It's now 6:30, so we'll begin the meeting. We have a very full house, so if I could kindly ask, the acoustics in this room aren't great. So I'd really appreciate it if we don't have conversations while the regular meeting is going on. You will have an opportunity to speak to the group when the public session begins. Okay? Thank you very much. So I will read an explanation of the public meeting rules or process. This is a notice of collection. Personal information collected as a result of this public hearing and on the forms provided at the back of the room is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Questions regarding the collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning and Development. The purpose of public meetings is to present planning applications in a public forum as required by the Planning Act. Following presentations by the applicant, committee members will be afforded an opportunity to ask questions for clarification or for further information. The meeting will then be open to the public for comments and questions. Interested persons are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. There is also a sign-in sheet of interested members of the public at the back of the room. No decisions are made at public meetings concerning applications unless otherwise noted. The public meeting is held to gather public opinion. An exception to this rule is combined reports, which consolidates the public meeting and comprehensive reports. These applications are deemed by staff as straightforward and routine. The business practice has been in place for a number of years and received by the applicants as efficient customer service and effective use of committee time. Please note that staff use discretion in determining if an application can be a combined meeting comprehensive report to expedite the approval process. I will say there are no combined reports tonight. Public meeting reports are provided to inform the public of all relevant information. Information gathered is then referred back to planning and development staff for the preparation of a comprehensive report and recommendation to planning committee. This means that after the meeting tonight, staff will be considering the comments made by the public in their further review of the applications. When this review is completed, a report will be prepared making a recommendation for action to this committee. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. This committee then makes a recommendation on the applications to City Council. City Council has the final say on the applications from the city's perspective. Following council decision notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act if a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the local planning appeal tribunal. But the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Kingston before the bylaw is passed. That person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. I know we've received a number of written. It's my understanding that those will be received as official correspondence, and you'll be recognized as having expressed an interest should this go before a tribunal. So I'll call the first public meeting to order, and that's the one regarding the Frontenac Street Patry development, I believe. And the planner will present the information.
Thank you. For those who don't know you, my name is Mark Tao. I'm a planner with IBI Group. For those who do know me, I'm still Mark Tao, and for those who've been here before, this may seem like a bit of deja vu with respect to this property and this application. So it's for 501 Frontenac Street, which is actually an amalgamation of several properties, and the application is seeking a rezoning to change the number of permitted units within the existing approved building envelope, essentially changing the mix of unit types from larger units to smaller units. So kind of 543s down to 432, that type of thing. So an overall reduction in the number of bedrooms would occur as part of this because of the change to smaller units. Additional kitchen space, et cetera, is needed that would eat into the number of bedrooms that were there before. As part of the reduction, because the building envelope isn't changing, the parking garage underneath is not changing, that means that additional parking is not being added, so the parking ratio is reduced as a result of the proposal. We're also proposing to reduce the parking ratio for bicycles from 1 to 0.5, and also to reduce the amenity area from what was approved about 5 years ago, substantially greater than what's currently the standard now, to something lesser, and I'll explain that a little bit later. So the application is for 5 properties on Frontenac Street, just north of Princess in the Williamsville area. The property currently is vacant. There were previously dwellings on the property, mostly single detached dwellings and 1 commercial building. They have been demolished in preparation for the eventual development of the site. Surrounding development is to the south, Princess Street corridor in Williamsville, to the north, predominantly residential dwellings, and the Memorial Center a block north along Frontenac Street as well. And across the street to the southwest on Princess Street is proposed to be a 10-story building, which was recently approved by the city as well. So it's an area that has seen some redevelopment and applications for redevelopment in recent years. Brief history of the property. Applications go back to 2008 with 2 different iterations proposed during that time, eventually going to the OMB twice before finally zoning being approved in 2015 for the current 71 unit approval that's on the property. There's also a site plan application that was recently approved by the LPAT, formerly the OMB, that dealt with a number of issues related to building form or building design. So the current application would amend the OMB decision from 2015 and the zoning and adjust the density as indicated within the building envelope. So specifically, as seen on the slide, change the mix of units, increase the units from 71 to 99, reduce the bedroom count from 245 to 222. We still have the same amount of parking in the parking garage below the building, so 66 spaces, including 4 barrier-free spaces, and 50 dedicated bicycle parking spaces in the garage. I'll note that through the site plan process, there's also been discussions about having additional bike parking at grade, easily accessible to residents or users outside the front door. So that's something that's part of the site plan process, up above and beyond the 50 spaces in the basement. The last bullet point, important to highlight, no changes are proposed to the approved building envelope through the rezoning through the LPAT decision in 2015. So the building envelope would not change as a result of the application. Conceptual site plan just shows the basic layout of the building footprint on the lot. So to the bottom of the frame is Frontenac Street. It's a U-shaped building. To the top of the frame is the interior of the block. The inside of the U would be a courtyard. It's a 4.5-story or 5-story building, essentially, so the courtyard would be enclosed within the building. On the left-hand side, which is the north side, there's a parking garage ramp down into the underground parking. Elevations show the basic building form in 4.5, 5-story, building form with a limited amount of rooftop amenity space, mix of materials including stone on the bottom level, the 100 ground floor level, and then brick on the second and third floor, and then what was recently approved by the LPAT is brick pattern panels on the fourth and fifth floor, which would replicate a brick appearance when viewed from the street. The south and north facades showing the building from those directions are balconies. On certain facades, they're limited where they face the neighborhood, and particularly to the north. With respect to the PPS, we evaluated against the policies of the PPS, and we're of the opinion that it does satisfy those policies with respect to efficient use of land and services and appropriate and compatible development. With respect to the official plan, it's in a residential designation which permits a range of residential uses subject to certain tests, including tests on compatibility, high-density residential uses, etc. It's currently already a high-density residential use. That's the zoning is for high-density residential. So we're increasing the density somewhat to accommodate the additional units, but it's still subject to the same tests with respect to high-density residential and compatibility. So there's various OP policies that apply, general policies on compatibility, specific policies on high-density residential, as well as policies on design. Again, keeping in mind that the building form itself, already as approved, is not to change through the application. It's merely what the inside of the building would be in terms of the distribution of units and bedrooms. With respect to the zoning, it's in the board-approved site-specific B3 zone. We would be amending the existing B3 zone to adjust the number of units permitted, reduce the maximum number of bedrooms allowed, increase the density, reduce the parking ratio, reduce the bicycle parking ratio, and reduce the amenity area. So with respect to justification for these various points, as I said, it's already zoned and permitted to have high-density residential. The actual number of users on the site would likely be reduced based on the bedroom count alone, reduction of about 23 bedrooms. So typically, 23 people, depending on how many people you would assume in a bedroom. So although we're reducing the parking ratio, technically the number of users that may use parking or amenity, for example, may also be reduced as a result of the application. With respect to proximity to services, et cetera, the reduction in parking to 0.67 has been found based on a parking study to be acceptable and supportable on the site. With respect to the amenity area reduction, the current amenity area requirement is about twice what is otherwise required in the B3 zone. The amenity area that's required right now was established by the board under the old provisions of the zoning bylaw, which had a much greater requirement. So about 3,700 square meters is what's required under the zoning. Under today's zoning, it would require about 1,800 square meters at 18.5 per unit, square meters per unit. Or if you were on one block south on Princess Street, it'd be 10 square meters. We're proposing 13.9, so about halfway in between. We could easily achieve the 18.5 in the form of rooftop amenity area. Right now, what's proposed to provide 13.9 square meters is a 1,200 square foot rooftop area. We could increase the size of the rooftop amenity area and achieve the 18.5, but we're of the opinion that the bulk and the volume of amenity area on the property is sufficient given the location and given the type and quality of amenity area to be provided. So that's our proposition to the city on that point, and we can review that as we go forward, whether or not that's appropriate in this location or this project. So with respect to the application as a whole, we're of the opinion that it's consistent with the PPS, that it conforms to the official plan, and that the zoning is appropriate and constitutes good land use planning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to our staff now and ask for your introduction of this.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the application was noticed in accordance with the Planning Act. That notice included mail-out notification to 140 property owners, which are located in the vicinity of 120 meters surrounding the subject property. Signage, 2 signs were posted on the subject site, as well as courtesy advertisements placed in the local newspaper. To date, there's been 1 piece of correspondence formally received earlier today, so it's included as an added in your agenda tonight, as well as a few phone call conversations between myself and interested individuals of tonight's meeting and the specifics of this, who are welcome to come to the tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open it up to the committee if there are committee members with any questions regarding this. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I would like to talk a bit more about the justification for relief on bike parking. And I'm wondering if the proponent has considered the city's active transportation master plan, because there's a move towards more and more modal share for biking and other forms of active transportation, up to 20% by 2034. So you were mentioning that the lack of, perhaps not the lack, but the fewer residents would perhaps lead to fewer people needing that service. But I'm wondering if that increased modal share has been considered in making that request for relief.
Mr. Chair, yes, we're certainly aware of the various initiatives of the city to encourage active transportation, alternative modes of transportation, particularly in the urban area, and particularly in areas where there's dedicated on-street bicycle lanes, such as Princess Street. In the experience of our various clients in these types of projects, the uptake of using formal bicycle parking in parking garages or in kind of areas away from the units has been very low, probably more in the realm of 0.25 per unit. So I think that the challenge is that in infill site space maybe is limited to provide all the various demands of the building, and so from a developer's perspective, they see a lot of empty bike parking spaces in parking garages, for example, and so they typically propose less because it seems like the uptake is less. Oftentimes, bicycle parking or bikes get stored in units, for example, and so that's something that we've explored in a few different projects where there's bicycle areas or room for bikes in the units themselves. Staff have also been asking developers to explore bike parking in other areas that are more easily accessible, such as close to the front door, so that residents are more likely to use them rather than have to take your bike off the sidewalk, go down a parking garage ramp, or go down an elevator with your bike, put it into a bike locker in the basement, and then go up to your unit. It just seems there's challenges or barriers to people actually using the formal bike parking areas in these buildings. So I think it's a bigger picture thing that maybe needs some broader consideration, but I think it's just a balancing of what developers see as uptake and actual demand for this type and how else they can use that space in the buildings.
All right, so you mentioned 50 spots available in the parking garage for bikes.
Yeah.
Would that be the entirety of the spaces available if you receive the relief requested?
A formal bike parks is yes. Through the site plan process, there have been comments from staff about provision of bicycle parking in the front of the building, close to the front door, like right outside, like racks right outside the front door. So there's a possibility that they may be provided there, but they wouldn't be a requirement under, or we're proposing that that's not a requirement under the zoning. Through discussions further on the application, maybe that's something that could be contemplated as part of the zoning. Yeah, I think it's just, I think people recognize the value of having bicycle parking, particularly where we have reduced bike parking or vehicle parking ratios and in the urban area. I think it's really just a struggle to, if they're not seeing a strong use of that space, where there's a reluctance to provide it because it does take up valuable space in usually otherwise tight projects.
Okay, so one other, if I may, I'm just going to press this a touch more. So has the current proponent used the zoning space in past projects and seen in his projects that that space wasn't used, or is that just generally speaking in the development community, it's seen to not be used?
Mining is that in another project close by, he had provided the requisite space, and there was very low uptake of it, less than the 0.5. I haven't seen that myself, but that was my understanding of his experience there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, are there any other questions? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Will there be any electrical outlets for electric cars in the parking spot? Is that envisioned by the developer at all? And secondly, I just was hoping you could explain a little more why the rationale between increasing the number of units, still same floor plan, but I'm assuming you're going to more one-bedroom type units. And I'm assuming that this market is geared primarily towards students. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. With respect to electric car parking, I'm not aware. I can find that out. I know there are some upcoming requirements, if not currently, but upcoming under the building code to require, I believe, a certain number of electric car parking spaces. But I don't know if there's anything integrated as part of this proposal. Reductions in bedrooms. So I didn't quite get the question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Cold as well. Anyways, I'm assuming that we changed from a two-bedroom unit to a one-bedroom units, increased number of units. Is that my understanding?
Essentially, yes. Yeah. I don't know if there's any one bedrooms. It's reduction overall in unit count. Yeah, or in the bedroom count because of that. Yes. Yeah.
Just finally, if you were this, when do you think you'd be breaking ground?
Ideally this spring, because to be honest, there's the current zoning and site plan, which should hopefully be executed soon, would allow the building construction to proceed. And if the zoning is granted, then mid-construction, the unit breakup inside the units would likely change if it were to be approved. So the design is such that the building could accommodate a change in the unit types as either the building's being constructed or in later stages if need be. So construction could start quite soon.
Thank you. Any further questions? I had a couple, so if I could relinquish the chair.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
take the turn.
Thank you. Comment about your comment about bike parking. These 222 bedrooms will be 222 young adults, students. I don't think you answered that portion of the question that was asked. I know that, and rightfully, we don't zone, and we aren't allowed to zone according to whether it's students or that. And I support that notion. However, the reality is that this particular developer developed student housing. And I think that's a well-known fact. So the idea that you're going to not only reduce parking requirement, but at the same time reduce the number of bike spaces could be problematic. I'm wondering if you can address that issue. My other comment is regarding amenity space. It's a major reduction in amenity space. Now, I personally wouldn't be opposed to a modest or a more modest reduction in amenity space. But given the nature of the residence, I think that amenity space should be maintained for the occupants. quick comment about bike parking. 663 Princess Street was developed by the same developer with hundreds of student rental bedrooms. And you mentioned that the uptake for bikes wasn't very great. I represent that area. We get lots of complaints because there are bikes chained to posts and trees completely surrounding that property. So to suggest that we need less parking for bikes, I'm having a little bit of trouble grasping that notion. Perhaps you could address those things.
Sure. So with respect to the parking reduction, just generally, so one thing to keep in mind is that the number of bedrooms is being reduced. So typically, as the city and the building code occupancy allowances would go, the actual number of users and occupants is actually going to be would technically be reduced as a result of this application, because we're going from 245 bedrooms to 222. So, and that's because the unit mix, when you're making more smaller units, you have to add more kitchens. That takes away space that otherwise would have been used for bedrooms. So though the density is increasing, the number of users allowed to be, I guess, in the building or occupancy load is anticipated to be reduced as a result. So that, to some extent, supports a reduction in parking as well. A parking study was done looking at the uptake or required uptake for vehicular parking spaces and is found to be acceptable at 0.67, and that's a consistent parking ratio with what else has been approved in the downtown or in this area. In reducing bicycle parking, I'll tie that question in with the last one. I think it kind of goes to the point I made in response to Councillor Kiley's comment was the demand for bicycle parking is there to a certain degree, no denying that. And I think the point about the other building having bicycle parking chained outside the building is kind of illustrative of the challenge of where the bike parking goes, because it's much easier for people to lock up outside, right outside the front door, outside an entrance, than it is to drag their bike down a parking ramp or into an elevator and go down into a parking garage and lock it up in a space there. So I think it may not necessarily be that the demand isn't there. I think it's just how it's provided is, in projects like these, can be challenging. And some of it goes to building management. If you're keeping bikes in your units, typically that's a no-no. So if people don't want to take it downstairs into a parking garage, where else do they put it? They'll try to block it up outside. So I think that's to staff's point about trying to provide some bicycle parking in front of the buildings at main entrances so it's more formalized and people are more likely to use it, and it's not on trees or city street furniture, that kind of thing. So I think providing bike parking is important, and providing it in a way that gets used well is equally important, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to provide it if it's not likely to be used by the occupants. So I think that's something we can maybe explore through the site plan a little bit as well. In reduction in amenity area, let me just, maybe I didn't explain it very well, so I'll just go to this table and you probably can't see it. Let me just see if I can zoom in. So essentially the zoning that was approved by the OMB in 2015, it's equivalent to 36 square meters per dwelling unit under the current. And that was based on the old zoning bylaw, which required a much greater ratio of amenity space. Since then, the new amenity space study was done that recommended 10 square meters in the corridor and core area and 18.5 square meters per unit anywhere else. So the equivalent requirement under today's zoning standard in the B3 zone would be, let me see here, 1,831 square meters versus what's in the site-specific zoning, which is 3,600 square meters. So the reduction that we're asking for is to 1,378, which is 13.9 square meters per unit. So it's kind of splitting the difference between the core areas and the amenity space required there and anywhere else in the city. The other thing to keep in mind is the 3,600 square meters. That number was also based on the old definition, which allowed you to include a lot of areas that wouldn't be considered today as amenity area, like smaller patches of green space, interior common, like living rooms in units. So that 3,600 square meter number is a really artificially boosted number. So I think the reduction that we'd be looking for is that kind of 1,831 down to 1,378. And so I think it really comes down to whether or not is this location, in this location is it appropriate to have a reduced parking ratio below 18.5 but greater than 10. And I think that's the justification we provide through our planning report. And
Okay. With all due respect,
yeah.
and I'll ask staff if anything I'm about to say isn't accurate, please correct me. But with all due respect, this is not a building in the corridor zone, in the Williamsville corridor zoning.
Yeah.
This is outside of that. And to suggest that we should be applying the amenity space requirements of an adjoining zoning bylaw while ignoring the zoning requirement of where the building actually sits, I find a little problematic. Is what I just said accurate? I see a couple of nods. Perhaps staff could comment on that.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct in that the subject parcel is not identified within the Williamsville Main Street corridor. It is one parcel to the north. The Williamsville Main Street corridor has an amenity area requirement in the bylaw that was updated in 2017 to be 10 square meters per dwelling unit, whereas the rest of the municipality, one parcel removed from that Williamsville Main Street corridor area is required to have or provide 18.5 square meters of amenity area per dwelling unit. Thank you.
So if I
Thank
could,
you. I'll just repeat what I said. I'm not totally objecting to the idea of any variance, but this is a substantial variance relying on not the zoning of the existing location, but a nearby zoning. So, but please, if you could address that.
so if we're talking apples to apples, I think the 1,800, I would say that the 3,600 square meters that's in the bylaw right now is misleading in terms of that was the old requirement and it allowed you to count a lot of areas that are not allowed to be counted now. So the quality of amenity space, I guess, ultimately that we're providing is different than what would have been provided previously. And the actual areas are still the same. We still have the same bedrooms, et cetera, that would have been counted under the old definition of amenity area. And I don't think we're not trying to apply, I guess, the 10 square meter standard. What we're proposing is a different standard than either 18.5 or 10. And we're proposing that based on a rationale. We're proposing 13.9. And we're proposing that on the rationale that there's of the type of amenity area on site that's being provided, the quantity and size of some of those areas, and that on its merits is sufficient for the users of the site. So like planning isn't a box checking exercise. It's kind of a rationalizing, a thinking, a reasoning exercise in terms of, is this sufficient for these users in this location on the site, given the type that's being provided? So I think that's the reasoning being proposed. And I think, like I said, we could provide the 18.5. We could stick with the existing standard, and it would be a much larger rooftop amenity area, which may not necessarily be well used or may not be desirable for the users of the site or for the neighborhood. So if it's sufficient to provide less or in certain areas only, then maybe that's more appropriate for this particular site.
Thank you.
Yield the chair to you.
Thank you very much. Are there any others currently? Seeing none, we'll now open this up for the public. If anybody wishes to speak, there are microphones on both sides. Feel free to find an open mic and you just introduce yourself, name, address, and make your public declaration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank Dixon, 485 Alfred, Apartment 2, K7K 4J4. So I followed the project's evolution, and I live about 6 blocks away. So I go by there frequently, and I'm quite familiar with the site and what's going on with it. I'm going to emphasize questions that haven't been raised yet by the committee. And one of them is on the elevator design and frequency. Now I'm looking at page 20 of the package, which says underground parking plan. And there the elevators are indicated in the center of the page down on the Frontenac Street side. And looks like they're indicated by small diamond shapes on the diagram. So you're looking at a below ground parking and you have 4 or 5 stories of residential building to be built. And I'm just looking at the other drawings of the different floors. And I'm just wondering on the elevators, it seems that the diamond shape that's used to characterize the elevators isn't consistent looking at the different levels. In other words, there are more diamonds shown on the different levels above the underground than there are on the underground. So that's something of a confusing thing. So carrying on from that, we have over 200 units, over 200 bedrooms being proposed here, about 100 units. And what I'm wondering about is if there are regulations that exist concerning the number of elevators required with respect to the number of units in the building and how we stand with that as far as regulation is concerned. Okay, following up on what one of the councilors said, I will also advocate for the presence of a small number of e-car charging stations. That's where we're going. That's the trend. I would look at also increased brick exterior cladding instead of maybe an alternate arrangement. That's just more attractive. Comparable to the project that was done at the corner of Johnson and Toronto Streets a number of years ago, which is also quite large. Came out looking not too bad. Now, Kingston City Council has just passed a motion declaring a climate emergency on Tuesday of this week. And what I'm asking is, has the proponent re-examined this project in that context? Can you find greater efficiencies from a, shall we say, green world perspective? Because the climate change emergency it's now in place as a motion, and we're trying to get the city to all work together, all the components, to do a better job from the standpoint of environmental responsibility. Now, my final point has to do with the amenity space, which has already been discussed, and I will say that I oppose this, and I'm a bit confused as to how the amenity space reduction is being achieved. Maybe some more detail could be explained on that. And I'm concerned also, it doesn't affect me personally because I don't live right there, but if you have a large rooftop amenity space, then you could be creating an issue of privacy with neighbors in terms of overlook. So I think that's pretty well all I had, so thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I should have mentioned this before. I know Mr. Dixon knows all the rules, but the situation is that in the public section, you're given 5 minutes and you bundle all of your questions together, and then the proponent will answer those questions that are presented. So thank you. The floor is yours. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? I didn't see anybody else rushing to a mic. Thank you. So, the floor is yours.
All right, so thank you for the questions. With respect to elevators, check the plans and see if it's just a matter of how they're symbolized on the floor plans. There is a requirement for elevators in the code, depending on the building design, height of the building. After a certain height, you have to have elevators. those types of things wouldn't change as a result of the application in terms of elevator requirements, though your occupancy load would dictate to some extent exiting and everything else. But the occupancy load technically might be coming down in this building because of the reduction in the total number of bedrooms, though the unit count's going up. So I'm not an expert in the building code, but that would be something that would be dealt with through the building permit process. Encouraging use of more brick. So the plans that are in the package don't reflect the latest site plan drawings, which do show an increased use of brick, particularly brick pattern panels, which is a faux brick, I guess, on the upper floors. So there will be brick or the appearance of brick on all exterior facades facing public streets, as well as to the east and the south. With respect to climate change emergency, I did note that. I'm not familiar in terms of building systems. If anything is changing, I don't believe there is. So all I would say on that point is typically infill and development within the urban center is supportive of climate change action initiatives. So the project on that basis would help achieve that goal. And in terms of the rooftop amenity reduction, there have been various iterations of rooftop amenity space through the course of the project. In some versions, a substantial amount of the roof was covered with amenity space. The current version has about 2,000 square feet of rooftop amenity, which is centered on the center and south of the building. The proposal to, that's what the application proposed. We've since revised it to propose slightly less at 1,200 square feet on the rooftop. There's a huge amount of space on the roof that could be used to accommodate the full requirement of amenity space. So it's just a matter of how much ultimately is required and how it would be provided. So.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I just had one quick comment, and it came out of Councillor Chappelle's good question about recharging stations. It may not be in the building code currently. It is in our official plan as a strong recommendation for new builds. It's my understanding it costs about $80 or $85 to install it at the time of construction. Costs hundreds of dollars to retrofit those charging stations. So it would be a good investment to plan at construction to do that. So, thank you. So, I will, unless staff have any comments to add, I will declare this public meeting closed. And I want to thank everybody for quietly and attentively following along. I appreciate that. Our next public meeting regards 2267 and 2271 Princess Street. If the proponents or the planner could present their case, that would be great.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nancy Wortman, and I'm a planner with IBI Group. I also have the principal architect on the project here with me as well, Adam Moss, who's traveled down from Toronto, as well as the applicant is also here this evening. I'll be presenting this application for zoning bylaw amendment for a site at 2267. Also municipal address is 2271 Princess Street. The amendment is to permit a 4-story, 91-room hotel at the subject site. I'm sure lots of Kingston residents here tonight are familiar with this location. It's at the intersection of Sydenham Street and Princess Street, immediately adjacent to the Beamish House, if you're familiar with that site, and across from the Tim Hortons. The parcel is outlined here in red. It's immediately adjacent to a vacant commercial parcel to the west, as well as a site designated for regional commercial to the southeast as well. There are 2 existing structures on the property currently. If you're not familiar with the Beamish House, I've illustrated it here where it's fronting onto Princess Street. It is a designated heritage property. In terms of development further along Princess Street, there's a mix of commercial uses. Immediately across is obviously the Tim Hortons, as well as other commercial retail units and a hotel. In terms of what's proposed, the hotel is proposed to be 4 stories. It will accommodate 91 rooms. Lobby and amenities will be provided at grade with the rooms above. There will be entrance for vehicles off of Princess Street, and 88 parking spaces are proposed. To help orient you here on the site plan, this is Princess Street along here, so I have changed the orientation. North is this way, but it fit better on the screen. As you can see, this is the footprint of the hotel here. Access from Princess Street for vehicles will be a right in, right out only. Princess Street is divided along this section. A secondary entrance at the east end as well. Parking will be provided at the front with a small pedestrian or person drop-off at the front as well. The primary entrance located here, and with parking wrapping around the back. We have incorporated a landscape buffer between the Beamish House along that property line, as well as along Princess Street. The elevations aren't colored, so I have included what the colors proposed are here. The majority of the building, if you recall from the first initial image you might have seen, the colors are relatively neutral, the light gray and the dark gray. Red was really being the accent pieces along the front, and the bluish aqua color would really just be the awning and the signage. The west and east elevations of the building as well. As I mentioned, it is next to a designated heritage property, so a heritage impact study was completed for the proposal. In terms of the recommended considerations from the heritage impact study, that did look at the setbacks from the Beamish House, and we tried to orient the hotel as far away as possible. It was a balancing act between the grading of the site and functional aspects as to where the hotel was able to be located. Importantly, landscape buffers have been provided between the 2 properties to help provide some separation. Along Princess Street, street trees were incorporated to define the street edge there. In terms of the color palette, the recommendation from the heritage consultant was to minimize the number of colors used, limit it to 4, which we have done. We are working with some of the materials proposed, which will obviously be finalized at site plan control stage. In terms of visualizing sort of what it would look like next to the Beamish House, Beamish House has been illustrated here, and here is the hotel here. Just naturally, the grading of Princess Street, if you're familiar with that area, does go from high to low down here. So we are trying to, again, work with the grading of the site, but you can see in theory, what eventually the trees planted along that landscape buffer will grow up to be, as well as the trees along the frontage on Princess Street, helping to define the street edge. In terms of the policy aspects, with respect to the PPS, the site is located within the urban growth boundary. It does efficiently use land and resources, as compatible with adjoining uses and heritage resources. And no public health and safety issues are anticipated, so we're of the opinion it's consistent with the intent of the PPS. Locally, within the local OP, the site is designated arterial commercial. If you can see up here, this is, so it abuts regional commercial as well as other arterial commercial, and it is separated from the low-density residential and behind. A hotel is a permitted use within this designation, and generally uses are intended to cater to the traveling public, which obviously the proposed use does. In terms of the specific arterial commercial policies, the site meets these tests as well. It's located on an arterial road, offers good ingress and egress, is on a transit route, and is compatible with adjacent commercial development in the area. The proposal will contribute to the mix of land uses along Princess Street there, and is not anticipated to create any adverse effects. We did complete a number of technical studies, including a heritage impact statement, noise study, stormwater management report, and servicing report. And the site will meet the functional needs of the site users, which we factored into sort of the overall layout of the site, as well as amenities and such. And where the opinion, the request is consistent with the intent of the official plan. In terms of the zoning, it is currently split zoned right now, which obviously makes it hard to apply the current zoning to the property, so hence the need for the rezoning to place the whole of the site into one commercial arterial zone. One half of the zoning does currently permit a hotel use, but the other half of the zoning does not. So we are proposing a new site-specific C2 zone in order to permit the hotel use in the whole of the zone, to request additional building height, to request a reduction in the number of loading spaces proposed, reduction in the rear yard setback for accessory structures, reduce parking space dimensions, parking aisle width, and access to parking width, as well as to request the holding symbol be lifted at this time as well. In terms of the relief being requested in the justification, it is located on a corridor, and the part of the zoning already permits a hotel. In terms of the use, the height has been mitigated by the setbacks proposed, as well as the landscaping and site grading that has been incorporated into the site design. And the height was reviewed as part of the heritage impact statement, and the report is supportive. It does not abut any residential uses. As I mentioned, that undeveloped land to the south is actually designated regional commercial. In terms of the loading request to reduce the loading space requirement, it's just not required for the hotel chain, given the type of hotel proposed. There's no food prep in the kitchen. All laundry is done in-house, and there is a drop-off area for persons and sort of minor deliveries, but in terms of having large-scale deliveries on a regular basis, those aren't anticipated, and aren't, therefore a dedicated space is not required. The garbage enclosure, you probably didn't even notice it on the site plan, is located at the very rear of the property. Again, just the most functional location, but we do need relief from the rear yard setback, as it's required to comply with the rear yard setback of the zone, and it was just located on the property line. The accessory structure will be fully enclosed, and there is landscaping, and it's not abutting the residential use to the south. It is a regional commercial designation, and the grading of the site effectively makes the setback, the grading will be different, so and the fencing will provide a buffer, so there's not a concern as to the setback. We have requested relief from the parking space dimensions, just to give us some wiggle room with the site. All the parking space dimensions will still meet AOTA requirements in terms of the barrier-free spaces as well. In terms of the drive aisle width reduction that was requested, it's just down to 6 meters. I think the requirement was 6.1 meters. Again, all the traffic flows have been analyzed, and they are functional. It's just a minor relief requested there. In terms of asking for the holding symbol to be lifted, the holding symbol applies, and it related to the serviceability of the property. So we've completed a serviceability report which demonstrates that there's adequate capacity for the proposed use. So to summarize, we're of the opinion the requested amendments are appropriate in that they're consistent with the PPS, they conform to official plan policies, and the use is compatible with the surrounding area. As such, the development represents good planning and is in the public interest.
Thank you. If staff could comment, please.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, notification for this zoning amendment application was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. 30 properties within the 120-meter radius of the subject property were notified by mailed-in notices. There was also signage posted on the property and a courtesy ad posted on the Week Standard newspaper. Till date, we have received one piece of correspondence that's been included as an addendum to the agenda tonight for committee's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Just in terms of the, I guess, the business plan for it, I mean, I don't know if I can speak to that, but we've had some hotels that have been unsuccessful along that area. I don't want to see successful
I
hotel.
appreciate that sentiment. I will say that we're restricted to speaking about land use and land use planning.
Okay.
If you want to have that as a sidebar conversation with the proponents later on, that's fine. But in our country, you have the right to fail at business if you choose to. So, thank you. Yes, Councillor Zanuck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions. The first question is, if we develop this property, does that then eventually give some sort of right-of-way to the property next door to it to the south that would be able to be built and give access to? Is it the same owner to the south?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's not the same owner to the south. I was just trying to differentiate that site is designated regional commercial. I'm not sure what the future development plans are for that area. I know it's very close in proximity to the residential uses behind, so I just was trying to clarify that it wasn't immediately butting the residential uses. I would anticipate that property would have to be accessed off of Princess Street, I guess. There's no right-of-way proposed on this property to provide access to anything at the rear.
Thank you. It's the big field on top of the south, so that would be, I don't think it borders onto Princess Street anywhere. Yeah, if you just go to the overhead, if that's possible. Yes, Taylor Kidd, yeah. Or the aerial view, that might show it better, because it was a big green field.
Like this green?
Yeah.
This one here? Yes, no, there's no public right-of-way over that property. Proposed over this property in any event.
Okay, thanks very much. And then my second question is about the tree inventory. So you can see from the aerial shot, there's a lot of trees, and that entire area has a lot of black walnut trees, right? Because we have the black walnut tree at Rona, and then on like south on that same side of Princess Street, there's quite a few black walnut trees. So looking at the inventory, there is at least one black walnut tree there, and I think it said it was in good condition. I'm just trying to find out, but it is slated for removal. And I just wondered if maybe that could be looked at again and if there's any way to give it some protection. So that's one thing. And that can just be for the report. I don't expect an answer right now. But in the report of the tree inventory, it says that 18 trees out of 78 are recommended to be retained. But when I look at the individual, like this tree is this and it's going to be removed, and this tree, I don't see 18 trees. And so for those 18 trees, it says that they're actually located immediately adjacent to the subject site. So does that mean that it's the same, like it's in, I don't understand why it's not on the tree inventory, but it says there are 18 trees to be recommended to be retained that are adjacent to the subject site. So does that mean those 18 trees are owned by a different owner? And then how can we make them retain those 18 trees? That's my confusion. It's just the wording.
I will have to look at it in more detail, but I will mention that when we were requested by staff to do the tree inventory, they did request that the tree survey include, I think it was trees within 3 meters or 5 meters of the property line, given that there were so many trees along the Beamish House property. So that may be where the discrepancy is coming from, where these trees aren't actually on our property, but they were probably surveyed, and there were probably tree protection measures put in place for those trees. But I can certainly look more specifically at that in the tree preservation report and circulate a response back through staff.
Thank you, because that's the case. It looks like there's only 2 trees of the 78 trees that have a recommendation C, which is to preserve them as long as the grading allows. So that's just really disappointing to see that all the trees on the site, except for 2, are going to be removed. And I know that you're going to be planting some new trees. So, and I know we have the tree conservation bylaw. It's just really disappointing to see that only 2 out of 78 trees will be retained. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been searching almost all the considerations under planning here are on site. My concern is, did you have a traffic study done? And I'm concerned about the fact that that's a downward slope and a 3-way intersection. And I'm particularly concerned about people approaching the business, the hotel, from Sydenham Road. And I wonder if that's been taken into account.
Impact study was not requested by staff, given its location on Princess Street and the capacity that is there. Just to clarify, so everything will be a right in, right out. So you'll only be able to access the property traveling, I guess, eastward along Princess Street, as there is as it is divided in that section. So everyone accessing the property will need to come along Princess Street and turn right into the property. And then everyone leaving the site will be turning right out of the property. There will be no left turns. We have submitted the site plan application, so staff will be reviewing all of the documents submitted. And if there is a concern about traffic coming out of that, I'm sure we'll be notified by staff and asked to look in more detail at traffic impacts.
Fair enough. So my concern is public safety. And I do think it might be worthwhile having a traffic study, because people will come down Sydenham Road because they missed the other exit. They're going to be coming from, some of them from out of, well, most of them I would think from out of town. They're going to make that right-hand turn, see the place, and they're going to be tempted to make a U-turn where it's really busy and the traffic piles up there. So I would ask staff to at least consider the implications of that and make sure that the safety is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Mr. I had a question about the rendering, kind of the real life picture. I think it was slide 6, just a few down from here. Yeah, in this.
Or,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Could you point out where the heritage asset is in the adjacent property, Beamish House? Is it on the far side of the hotel?
Just to clarify, I think this is a rendering that is not necessarily specific to the site, hence why we had done the additional rendering showing the Beamish House in proximity. In theory, the Beamish House, my understanding would be over this direction. If you're looking straight at it, it would be to the left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
I'm going to just correct you once, Deputy Mayor this month. Okay, I have a couple of questions. Actually, I'm really glad that Councillor Hutchison brought this up through you, Mr. Chair. The issue living in that area and my ward being just north of this, that is an incredibly fast and busy area. In fact, you wouldn't even know there were some derelict buildings on the far side before you hit that intersection. So I do think that a traffic study is definitely required for public safety perspective, especially the way these GPS systems seem to work now. When you come off the 401, they're sending you down Creekford Road to get to Westbrook. My question for you is, with respect to the public good, I realize that this is an area that you can put a hotel because you're permitted to do so. But what is the public interest of having a hotel located at this spot that's so dangerous to address?
I guess with respect to the traffic, I don't necessarily have anything additional to add. I did think it was actually divided like with a median in that area, but I can certainly look into that. And obviously, like I mentioned, we'll get comments back from staff if there's a concern about safety and traffic. And obviously, Sajid has heard these comments here tonight. In terms of the appropriateness of the use in that area, again, it is permitted in that designation. It isn't on a major arterial. Obviously, sort of the ambassador hotels in that area. There are a number of hotels along that sort of strip of Princess Street. So in terms of the appropriateness of the location, I think that use has been established as an appropriate use. And you're concerned about safety, I can certainly see being looked at from a traffic perspective, and I think those things will be looked at through site plan control to ensure that the site is safe and will function for the site users as well.
Supplemental to that, related through you, Mr. Chair, is that Kingston is becoming a tourism travel destination for sports teams. Many of these sports teams are environmentally conscious and take a bus. The hotels that we have in existence, many of them have a loading zone, and a good portion of that is, even though it's not occupied for daily transport deliveries, that is a place where a bus can be parked. And you're asking for relief on the loading aspect on this property, and I'm concerned that by doing so, it's short-sighted with the ability to have a bus parked in that building, and I'm wondering if you'll consider that.
I think you bring up a good point. I would just say generally, when we're speaking more of a specific loading zone, it would likely be like immediately adjacent to the hotel and not necessarily appropriate for bus parking anyways, but we can certainly look to see if there is an opportunity to incorporate a special, obviously larger bus parking space that a bus could actually functionally park in and get in and out of the site in. So we can certainly look at that moving forward.
And along the same, I ask all new developments, will there be any electric charging stations installed on the site?
Not knowledge at this time, but I can certainly, obviously the applicant's here tonight, he will hear that, and we can certainly circle back to the team and see if there's opportunity to incorporate that.
And relinquish the chair if I might.
I take the chair.
Thank you. Couple of questions, and I'm going to save my comments if they still are pertinent at the end. As has been mentioned, we recognize the crisis of climate that the world is facing, and we passed an ambitious motion. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions that would pertain to a greener development, if I could. I'm assuming that because this is 4 stories, that this will be a brick and board development. Is that accurate rather than concrete and steel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The building will not be it will be wood, and that's something that has been going on in buildings this scale, Princess, I believe, and similar areas in Kingston. So it will be a wood frame building and it will have enough insulation. That's what will be taken care of in the building permit process with the required R values and the other necessary layers that have to go in the building envelope of the proposed building.
Thank you. The reason I ask is that brick and board uses a much smaller carbon footprint to develop than concrete. And that's why concrete, you have to go 10 stories or above to start to regain what the inefficiency of its construction. So I appreciate that. We have in our official plan, just as we have in our official plan, recommendation for installing recharge stations, and I think any new hotel would be in their economic best interest to do that. And like I mentioned before, that's much cheaper at development than it is to retrofit. We also have a recognition for having permeable hard surfaces to allow for better drainage. Now, both of those things would add some marginal costs to the development, but I think in the long run, those would be positive. And the other thing is, it is always frustration to lose trees. And I know when you have to in developing, but I would hope that you have a really aggressive, would you be putting forward a very aggressive plan for landscaping that will not just meet the city's guidelines for replacement of trees, but would indeed have a large number of trees to both beautify your site and to replace those carbon eaters that you'd be chopping down. So.
I'll just briefly speak to that. As I know, there was another comment about the trees. One of the challenges with this site is just the grading of the site in general. Princess Street is sloping down, and into the back, it's sloping down to the south. So in order to get the site even to a point that it can be developed, unfortunately, that's where a lot of the clearing and regrading of the site has to occur anyways to support any sort of development. With respect to sort of the tree removals. In terms of the landscaping on site, we are working to try and increase the landscaping as much as possible and make sure that what we're proposing, it can support the trees that are proposed, and is there opportunity to incorporate more trees. We have heard that comment from staff, so we are looking at that moving forward.
And my final question, as has been noted, the only piece of letter that we've received is a concern, not an opposition to the proposal, but a concern about what the potential impacts will be on a heritage site that abuts this property. Have you had an opportunity to address those concerns? Possibly not, because the letter just arrived, but will you reach out and try to address any of those concerns?
Yes, unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to read the correspondence. Sajid had just notified us around 3 o'clock that it had been received. We have received comments from Heritage, from Ryan in the Heritage Department, and ERA is working to address those. So I'm sure some of those comments, as well as this individual's concerns, will be part of a bigger discussion that we're having with staff to make sure that all the heritage concerns are addressed adequately in the HIS that has been permitted, and that staff are supportive of the recommendations and mitigation measures of the HIS.
Thank you. And I think this question is probably for our Director of Planning. When there's a development immediately abutting there you are, abutting a designated property, does that mean that it's circulated to the Heritage Committee or our Heritage staff for comment? I'm not suggesting that they have a right of canceling a project, but would they at least have an opportunity to express concerns?
Mr. Newman looks like he'd like to address that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Applications adjacent to designated properties are not circulated to members of the Heritage Committee. They are reviewed by members of our Heritage Planning team, and technical feedback is provided through the planner in the file, as well as there's a critical review of the Heritage Impact Statement that was required as part of this application. So that's the extent of the involvement.
Yield the chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I'll open this up now for the public to comment upon. I'm sorry. This mic right here is for public comments. So if you could switch chair. Yeah, if you could switch. Oh, I'm sorry. You can stay where you are. You can become Councillor Stroud for a day and use this mic right here.
There.
Sorry if I demoted you.
It's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm new to this stuff. By preface of what I'm going to say in a little while, I'm Master of Art History from Queen's University, and I'm a past director of the Agnes Etherington Arts Center.
I'm sorry, could you give your name and address?
Yes,
for the
Robert
clerk?
Swain, 43 Joreen Drive, so I'll be here again probably. I'm a Master of Art History from Queen's and past director of the Art Gallery, the Agnes Etherington Arts Center, as well as other institutions in the province. My principal concern is how god-awful the design is. And maybe this isn't part of the purview of this institution, but it's just ugly, as is all the other stuff that's going up on Upper Princess Street before Concession. It's unbelievably ugly. And this town has a concern for, we're sitting in a place that has a standard set for architecture. And I'm very concerned about that. My other concern is I don't know that councillor's name, but how do you do? His concern about the business plan for this, and I quite agree. There are a number of not only hotels, but also these strip malls that go dead after a period of time, and the citizens have to live with these vacant, dug-up spaces for God knows how long before something comes on it. So I think business plans are relevant to this. If the committee hasn't, I'm new to this process, I don't know whether you look at business plans and applicability to the site. And the other is that whole area, traffic-wise, is unbelievably complicated. Coming down Princess Street, trying to see where you're supposed to go right or left there is a problem. And then coming in on Sydenham Street is a whole other issue, getting access to the city. It's also an entrance to the city and something that should signal, like the Beamish House does, that we've got quality housing and accommodation in the city should be there too. Not that. It's awful.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further members of the public that would like? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the proponents for the presentation and the reports, and to the councillors for the questions so far. I'm going to hit some points that have been raised and some that haven't been. I want to look at the percentage of the property that's currently occupied by buildings. This hits with what Councillor Osanek was talking about with the trees. But it also is going to go a little further because you're looking at putting a much larger footprint of building on the site. So you run into issues like, say, snow removal. You're going to have, say, stormwater management issues because you're on a hill there, right? So if you're taking out trees and, say, grasslands that may be absorbing snow and rainfall, you've got an issue there. And I don't think that the presented material accurately shows just how steep that hill is there and the impact that that's going to have, right? Certainly this rendering here doesn't indicate anything about that. So as others have said, you're coming down the hill as you go east on Princess. You're coming down the hill from Sydenham Road, and then you're going to be going down around the corner and further down and then up, and then you're turning over John Counter and Taylor Kidd and this sort of thing. So As others have said, the traffic is very complicated there. So that's a concern I have. And I have one suggestion that may want to be considered. So number one, I definitely want to have a traffic study done. I think that's a major omission so far with the project. Others have raised the point, so I'll add my voice to that. But the possibility of the median potentially being split there to allow for traffic to go out and to the west. Okay, so you're introducing a complex facet to what's already a complex area, but you're gonna have people who are gonna wanna go out and turn around, right? They're gonna wanna go west. And that's not gonna be easy. They're gonna go, how are they gonna turn around? They have to go another half a mile or a mile in some other direction to do that. And if they're driving further, then that's inefficient. You're burning more fuels to create that possibility. So I think that is going to be a consideration looked at. I will agree with the previous citizen speaker on the aesthetics of the design. I think it's lacking. Might be okay in Mississauga. This is Kingston, it's different. And I would draw the attention also of the committee and the proponents to Mr. Brown's letter. And I would ask, this is actually something of a heritage locale here with the former Cataraqui village, right? It was an actual independent community there, which is now part of Kingston. But there are some 1800s buildings in the area, right? So we're sensitive to heritage in Kingston. It means a lot to us here. So I would, I guess, just urge caution on the project proceeding. I'm actually supportive in principle, but I do have reservations on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? If you'd care to just move to a mic, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello. Michelle Toffs, 522 Weston Crescent. So one of the residents who live right behind where you're proposing. So question would be, you talked about landscape buffers along Princess Street and the buffer, and so you talked about the landscape buffer to Princess Street and Beamish House. Has there been any conversation, because it is a residential neighborhood, that you will be embarking right in our backyard? So we were wondering about that. Also, when you talk about adverse effects, you talk again about Beamish House, has there been any study, or is there the ability to look at any of the adverse effects to our neighborhood? There's a school in that neighborhood. We've talked about the trees. There's a number of different animals that live in the forested area that's back there right now. So wondering about if there's been any conversation about some of the adverse effects there. Noise, lighting, a 4-story building is pretty high, and that's our backyards. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. We gather all the questions and then they answer them collectively. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you.
David, TOFTS, 522 Western Crescent. You mentioned that there's 2 zones. One is zoned for a hotel, and the other one is not. My question is, why isn't it zoned for a hotel? And we're looking at that clearly. I have some other questions. There's a complete focus on the commercial residents. You mentioned commercial a number of times. We didn't hear anything about the residential area. You even said one time that the garbage is in the very back, so that's of no concern, but it's a concern to us. So I'm, good for you for looking at the commercial part, but there's been none of the residential part in your presentation. Although you're not in a place to say it, I will say that the last thing we did on Princess Street is another ugly hotel. If you want to build a hotel, I don't know why you wouldn't look at another hotel on that street or one of the motels, which has already been clear cut and built there. The one thing we don't have on Princess Street is trees. And now we're proposing to cut down the few trees we have left, and the wild turkeys are back there. They reside there, and we're going to lose that for forever. Like, look at Princess Street. We have brick or cement buildings, or brick, I think you said, whatever it's called. And that does bother me. Reference to traffic. Yeah, for sure. There's a blind spot there too, right? We haven't mentioned that. When you come down towards Princess, if you're looking at Tim Hortons, on the other side of the road, you look left, which is west. If you're moving from west to east coming down that hill, that's a blind corner. And you see that all the time. We as residents are used to that, so we slow down as we get to the top of the hill, because that's a busy intersection as it is already. But now if you talk about those buses cutting across and someone with that GPS, that's really a recipe for disaster. And it's also too busy to cross it as it is right now. And something else I'm worried about is if you look at the residents, and if you leave the hotel, you're forced to take a right. Someone's going to look at their map or the GPS, they're going to take a right and a right. And that's going to bring you to Waterloo Street. Then there's a school on Waterloo Street and a St. Margaret Bourgeois. And they don't have crosswalks anywhere on it already. And as I'm a concerned parent, that's already bad. And now you're putting in a hotel. And that's just going to add to the recipe of disaster. Just so they can take another right through resident entry to get back on Princess Street. Okay? Traffic. And just to summarize, one last time, we already have so many of unattractive buildings on Princess Street. I really don't want to see another one go up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the public? Seeing none? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk or not, but I'm with the ownership group. I'm with the applicant. Do you think I can make some comments? Okay. I'm with this with the applicant. I'm the managing director of this company. Just wanted to clear a few things. We done a feasibility study about building a hotel area in Kingston. There are 5 new hotels coming in this city. There's a demand there. Altogether, total market is about 66%. I understand one of the councillor had a concern about opening a new hotel and not having enough business and hotels getting shut down. So we got the feasibility studies done. There is a demand, big demand, 66%. This is why there are 5 more new hotels are coming to the city. This hotel is by Intercontinental Hotels Group, well known in the world. So this designed, it's a new concept called Avid. It's state of the art. It's for new generation as well and more for students as well. The room size is very small, very compact, 250 square foot. So you get into a room and your phone get connected to the TV, it's getting automatically charged. So it's a really state of the art hotel they're coming up, this motto that they're coming up with. In the US, 144 hotels are being built, Avid hotels, same concept. In Canada, 43 licenses have been issued. So it's growing and it's very successful, this new idea that they come up with. We were on that street, there's a Tim Horton there, and the amount of traffic goes to this Tim Horton in and out, it's huge. It's like crazy. Tim Horton is very busy. I love Tim Horton. I go there every day. So we were there earlier, and I noticed they're in and out, in and out, in and out. And I understand the license was issued to Tim Horton. Hotel industry, there's not much in and out. Okay, people come in, they stay. And majority of them, they come in the evening time, not morning time. There'll be exits. People will be exiting in the morning time. There's a more demand in the feasibility studies on the weekend. On Princess Street, there's a less traffic on the weekend than weekdays. And once again, we will be creating tons of jobs for the local people. Good for the city. There's a lot of revenues coming, new jobs for the new younger generations, for the students. We'll be promoting that. So I do understand there's a lot of concern about about the trees. We're willing to build as many trees we can remove if we have to. We can replant those trees right at the front, right on the sides. We can come up with this idea. We love trees. It's not that. Those trees are not benefiting the city. That land if you do not build a hotel there, building a hotel is only going to help city, only going to help create jobs, bring revenue city. And not building or denying license to this, I think it'll be total loss. That's my opinion. And once again, I think it's great that we are planning to invest a lot of money in the city. Thank you. We're from Toronto, but we love to be part of this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? I'm sorry, you've already spoken. You're allowed to speak once. And the reason why we separate and give everybody 5 minutes is so that it doesn't become a debate between a couple of people. And no, you're allowed to speak once. These are the rules of order. I'm just applying the rules of order. You've already spoken once. There isn't an opportunity to speak again, with all due respect. There isn't an opportunity. Whatever concerns you have, you can speak to the planner after the meeting. You can write a letter expressing your concerns, and we encourage both those things. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, let me, that goes for us to give them an opportunity to questions, and then we'll come back into the committee, and you'll have an opportunity to make any comments or questions.
Okay, thank you everyone for their comments here tonight. We've certainly heard them, and I'll do my best to try and address them now. And obviously we're still in the technical process with staff, so there may be changes to the design and other elements moving forward. In terms of, I've heard a number of comments about the physical appearance of the development and concerns about it being ugly. That has been noted here tonight. Obviously, a very subjective criteria, and the site as it currently exists is within a major corridor intended for intensification and development. So trying to balance those goals with development priorities of the city. As I've mentioned, we have noted it, and it will be a new development, and will incorporate landscaping along the front, which will hopefully mean that to some extent that the hotel over time will not even be visible from the street. So in terms of traffic, that seems to be a concern we've heard a lot tonight. As I mentioned, a traffic impact study was not required by staff as part of the development. It sounds to some extent like it's a broader concern about the broader area, and perhaps that's something staff will be looking at in the future. Certainly when they're reviewing our proposal, if there is concern, we will hear those comments and need to address them moving forward. As I mentioned, it will be right in, right out only, and if I recall correctly, there is a median in that area, or a small median, so no one would be turning left across that in any case. But we have heard the concerns about traffic here tonight. In terms of heritage, again, a heritage impact study was undertaken, and we are working to address comments that we have received from staff on that matter. In terms of there was a few residents here tonight that expressed adverse impacts to the residential neighborhood behind. So certainly the residential neighborhood is in close proximity. I just wanted to clarify, the site does not directly abut any of those rear property lines, but obviously still in close proximity. All of the technical studies completed consider any sensitive uses in the area. So those technical studies, for instance, noise, would have looked at potential impacts to that if there were any, in terms of stormwater management and all of that. That will be managed on site, which is proving to be a challenge given the grading of Princess Street and then the slope of the site to the back. So as I mentioned, there will be a retaining wall along the back. With respect specifically to the accessory structure and the garbage. On the screen here to the right, the garbage enclosure would be located over here, and it would be, again, there would be a retaining wall here and fencing along there. So the proximity to these residential uses is quite far. This distance is about 30 meters. And then I'm not sure quite what this would be, but there is quite a separation distance between the two. In terms of a buffer in behind, there is a small area of landscaping, but there will be a fence required. So for the most part, the hotel likely would not be visible. The retaining wall certainly will be visible, I imagine, from here, but there will be the trees and the intervening property in between. I didn't quite catch what the comment was, but there was a comment made about the split zoning. I think at one point the two properties were two separate properties, and the properties have since merged, hence why there would be two different zones on the site. I'd kind of already spoken to the trees earlier. Again, grading of the site requires us to remove most of the trees, and we are looking at increasing landscaping on the site, and trees will be planted in those landscape buffers. And obviously, compensation will be required for any trees that are cut. I think that touches on everything. But we will be working with staff moving forward on addressing their technical comments, as well as comments we've heard from the public here tonight.
Thank you. Are there any comments from staff? Seeing none, I'll open the floor up and I'll recognize Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I guess, a request to ask staff to take a look at the overlook from the hotel rooms into the backyards along, I think it's Weston, to make sure that they're not unduly impacting the enjoyment of those properties. Thank you.
Good question. And I now apologize and recognize that I allowed some of the public to speak to the business aspects of it. If you had any comment, I will allow it. Thank you. Any, yes, Councillor Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Something that one of the public members said, set something off in my mind, which was that the rendering didn't account for the slope of the site. And that actually played to my question I was asking about where's the heritage building in the rendering. And I suppose my question is for staff, is how often do we have these mock-ups that aren't actually the site in question and they're just a hypothetical if what we're seeing of the rendering here is not actually what the hotel or the site that the hotel will be on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does happen sometimes, but from a staff perspective, the tools that we've developed internally and are just becoming available now allow us to take the model from the applicant and actually integrate it into our own 3D modeling for the city, which has all of the built form data that renders up to an overall accuracy of about 5 centimeters. So we are able, as part of the technical review perspective, look at superimposing this building within the topography so that you have an actual understanding of what the elevation is going to be like to be experienced from the front of Princess Street and from the rear of the property. And certainly just wanted to comment from the public's perspective, there may be some people here this evening that haven't participated in the planning process before. I just wanted to reinforce that we're at the very beginning stage. We're just starting the technical review, so what you're seeing tonight represents what the applicant is requesting. Staff has a lot of work to do to go through the technical review process, and certainly we'll be incorporating the feedback and additional requests that have been brought forward this evening, and we'll be part of the analysis on this. And this will come back to Planning Committee at a future date, and anybody that's in attendance tonight that does sign the registry will make sure that you're informed of that meeting so that you're aware of this matter being considered formally before this committee for a decision, but it'll likely be several months from now.
Thank you. A brief comment. I'm pleased to hear the accuracy that you can present the built form in. other councillors have mentioned at other times, actually seeing what we're talking about is very helpful. So we'll look forward to reviewing that at another time.
Any further questions, Councillor Hutchison?
Other staff, and that, oh, sorry. I sit corrected. My question is whether staff will be requesting a traffic report, given what you've heard here tonight. That's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Chair. A traffic report was not required as part of the pre-application. However, in light of comments today, the concerns will be taken into consideration, and the engineering and traffic department will review this proposal closely to ensure that the impacts are understood. And if that warrants a traffic study, one will be requested from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're just on comments right now, right? We're just on comments right now, right? Okay. Just to the proponent, it used to be that when developing suburban tract housing, they would just grub everything in sight on a site and remove all the trees and bushes and whatnot. But in the last 20 years or so, 15 years, they don't, if they, in certain areas, if they think that there is a benefit to retaining the trees, making it a better environment, both in terms of energy efficiency and in aesthetics and so on. So I just encourage the proponent to look at that and maybe find a different view from a construction engineering point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further from committee? If I can, if you can.
Take the chair, recognize you.
Much. Quick question for staff. A comment was made that one of these two properties does a hotel, but the other does. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but if there are two merged properties in what is recognized in the official plan as an arterial commercial zone, isn't the default position that it's the highest and best use for that development? And if that's the case, that would in fact suggest that a hotel, even though it wouldn't fit the one piece of the property, it fits the other, and the overall zone is recognized as arterial. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully I understand this question correctly, but the existing property today is split zoned. One of the zones permits hotel as a permitted use. The other portion of the other portion of the property that's a different zone does not permit the hotel as a permitted use. So part of the exercise, as proposed by the applicant, would be to enact a new site-specific zone that incorporates the hotel use across the entirety of the site, in addition to the performance standards required to allow this this proposal to occur. Hopefully that answers the question.
It does indeed. Thank you. The other, a couple of other points I just wanted to make before I break my own rule and make a quick comment about the business aspect of it. I would suggest, I strongly recommend what's been suggested by Councillor Hutchison, which is a traffic report. Because when you said you can only make a right turn in and a right turn out, my response to the clerk was, no, you can only make a legal right turn in or a legal right turn out. I mean, the reality is, if somebody is driving up that hill or down that, up that hill, they see the hotel, they just came off the highway and in Sydenham Road, they're going to want desperately to make that quick left turn. And we can put up signage, but the reality is there still would be a tendency for a high degree, both entering and exiting that hotel, to make an illegal left turn. And so a traffic study, I think, can look into that aspect of it. So I think that that's a necessity. So I appreciate that. There were some comments about the design, and I have to say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I appreciate that some people don't find that. I don't know of many motels that will ever make the cover of Architectural Digest. And if I'm driving in looking for a hotel after a long journey and I saw that hotel, I would pull in. I don't find it that displeasing. And just a very quick comment about the notion of business. There are some truths. We have identified, Tourism Kingston has identified a shortage of hotel rooms. We lose some conventions, we lose some tournaments, because at peak, we can't supply enough rooms. People stay as far away as Brockville and Belleville, for instance, for Queen's Homecoming weekend. That won't eliminate that aspect of it, but it will allow for greater use. And I mentioned only half facetiously earlier, every businessman has the right to fail. That's the system. And we can't try to govern choices that business people make. And I hate to say that as a closet socialist, but that's the reality of the rules that we're faced with. So I would strongly suggest that we not weigh this or our decision around this on those aspects that aren't strictly land use planning aspects. So you can return.
I return the chair.
Thank you. So I will declare this public meeting closed. As I said before, anybody that has anything they want to say, please put it in writing. Send it to the clerk's office, to J.C. Thompson at City of Kingston, or our Director of Planning. And that will be recorded as official correspondence. And we'll give you standing if there's an appeal at a future date. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. If we have two very busy meetings coming up, I'm going to give everybody who's done here an opportunity to leave if you wish. You're welcome to stay and watch us muddle through the next two pieces of business. But if you are, if this was the first two things were what you came for, now would be the time to leave. So I'm happy to call our next meeting to order, and it is the public meeting concerning the city-initiated Redendale plan. And the information is in the report, and feel free to grab that, a copy if there's any left, or go on the website to see the full details of it. And I will turn the chair over to our planner, who will tell us all about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sukriti Agarwal, and I'm an acting project manager with the Planning Division. I'm here to present a proposed city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment for the Redendale neighborhood, and also present proposed urban design guidelines for this neighborhood. I can confirm that notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. Notice was provided in the Kingston WIC standard, and a notice was also provided by emailed to a number of residents of the Redendale area, and also a number of other people who had attended a previous open house regarding the proposed zoning and urban design recommendations. 14 pieces of written correspondence have been received regarding the proposed amendment, which have been included in the addendum. There was one additional piece of correspondence that was received after the addendum was finalized, which I believe has been provided as a separate hard copy. So just for some background and context, this work stems from a council motion from December 19th, 2017, which directed staff to advise them on the feasibility of developing a planning framework that was specific to addressing infill development pressures in the Redendale neighborhood. A scope of work regarding this study was provided to council on January 23, 2018. And a community working group was appointed by council on March 20th, 2018. I would also just like to acknowledge the community working group members for volunteering their time to be part of this work. Between April and September of last year, planning staff worked with Dillon Consulting Limited to develop some draft zoning and urban design recommendations for this area, and a public open house to present the draft initial recommendations was held in October of last year. Before I get into the details of the proposed zoning and urban design guidelines, I just wanted to provide a background about how we went about developing the draft zoning recommendations. The project team conducted a lot-by-lot analysis of the Redendale neighborhood. We held meetings with the working group. We walked the neighborhood with the working group members. And this has been an iterative process to come up with the draft recommendations. With respect to the existing character of Redendale, the neighborhood character is comprised of elements that are within the public right-of-way, which we in planning jargon call the public realm, and also what's existing on the private property. So within Redendale, it's a neighborhood with lots of mature trees, views of Lake Ontario. Several public parks are located within this area. There's a sense of connectivity within the neighborhood. There is transit on Front Road, which is located to the north of the neighborhood. Sense of openness. There is, generally speaking, a rural cross-section within this neighborhood. So what that means is that there are swales along the roadside, so it doesn't have underground stormwater infrastructure, but there are swales and ditches on both sides of the street, generally. This neighborhood has experienced some form of development and redevelopment since the 1950s, when the plans of subdivision started coming in. It does still include some wartime housing. There are a variety of lot sizes, variety of housing types and styles and sizes, and a variety of building materials that have been used on these properties. The land subject to this application, as I mentioned, is within the Redendale neighborhood. It's bound by Front Road to the north, Sunny Acres Road to the east, and Lake Ontario to the south and the west. The lands are designated residential in the City of Kingston official plan, and the area along the shoreline of Lake Ontario is designated environmental protection area, which represents the riparian corridor. The lands are zoned R1-3, which is a residential type 1 special zone within zoning bylaw number 7626. The purpose and effect of this application is to update the residential zoning standards that are applied within this area in the R1-3 zone. Staff are proposing to replace the current R1-3 zone with a special R1-74 zone, R1-75 zone, and an EPA-17 zone. The EPA zone is intended to address official plan policies as they relate to the environmental protection area and also the ribbon of life, which is associated with the Lake Ontario shoreline and the area that's located within 30 meters of the shoreline. So this table basically outlines the existing provisions of the R1-3 zone and the provisions that we are proposing to change, as well as what is proposed to remain as existing. The minimum lot area requirements are proposed to be removed, as this is an already built up area of the city. The minimum lot frontage requirement is proposed to remain at 55 feet. We are not proposing to decrease the residential density in the area by increasing the minimum lot frontage requirement. The front yard depth currently is 20 feet minimum, and I have an illustration later on in this presentation to explain what we're trying to do with the front yard setback. So basically what we're proposing is a setback that is greater of the average of adjacent properties, or 6 meters. If the average of adjacent properties is not feasible, for example, if one lot is vacant on one side, we would use the average of that one neighboring property and 6 meters or 6 meters. So whichever is the greater of these two numbers, that would be the required minimum front yard depth. The same would apply for corner lots. So again, greater of the average of one neighboring property, because the corner lot would only have one property on one of the sides. And 6 meters or 6 meters, so whichever is greater of the 6 meters or that average. For waterfront lots and in all other situations, because there could be situations that have not been contemplated here, we propose to keep the minimum front yard depth as 6 meters, which is equivalent to 20 feet. The exterior side yard is not proposed to be changed. The interior side yard width is proposed to be increased to 1.8 meters, which is equivalent to about 6 feet. Currently, for single-family dwellings, the zoning bylaw requires 4 feet on one side and 8 feet on the other side if there is no attached carport or a garage. So in cases where there would be an attached carport or a garage, the requirement is 4 feet on either side. So we're proposing to increase it to 1.8 meters. The rear yard depth, currently the requirement is 25 feet, and we are proposing to amend this. So where the rear wall height of the primary dwelling is 7.6 meters or less, we're proposing a minimum rear yard depth of 7.6 meters. So what that means is that depending on the height of the rear wall, the minimum rear yard setback would be determined. So if the height of the building was greater than 7.6 meters, the rear yard depth would have to be equivalent to that distance. The zoning bylaw currently contains minimum dwelling unit areas. We are just removing those because it's an old zoning bylaw. Dwelling unit minimum areas are regulated now through the Ontario Building Code, so we didn't feel that that was necessary to leave in. Currently, the zoning bylaw requires a landscape open space of 30% of the lot area. We're not proposing to change the number. However, we are proposing to change the definition to exclude pools and patios from the calculation of landscape open space. The height of the building currently is 35 feet. We're not proposing to change the maximum permitted height. However, we are proposing to change how that height is measured, and I will get into that in a bit. We're also proposing a new floor space index requirement of 0.35. And again, I'll explain that as well. Also a new lot coverage provision of 30% of the total lot area. We're also introducing a ribbon of life setback. So as I mentioned, portions along area that is within 30 meters of the Lake Ontario shoreline is designated EPA, Environmental Protection Area. So to address those land use designation policies, we are now requiring a 30-meter setback for any new development from the high water mark of Lake Ontario. And this is also intended to intend the ribbon of life policies that are included in section 3.9 of the official plan. So any accessory uses, decks, porches, balconies, any of those type of things would have to meet that 30-meter setback requirement. This would only apply to the waterfront lots. We are also proposing to change some of the definitions as it relates to these 3 zones. So currently, like we heard through the community consultation that that there has been instances where the grading on the property is being modified to which makes new buildings look taller than they actually are. So to address that, we are proposing a new definition for established grade, which would be measured at the 2 points where the required front yard depth meets the side lot lines. And I have an illustration for that. I know some of these are a bit confusing, so I do have some illustrations which I will share with you in a bit. We are also proposing to change the gross floor area definition. Currently, the R1-3 zone doesn't have any gross floor area requirements as it relates to what we are proposing. Generally speaking, the gross floor area, like the way it's written in this bylaw, would typically apply to commercial or industrial type of developments. However, in order for us to be able to calculate the floor area that would be permitted through the floor space index, we are proposing a gross floor area definition, which would include the floor area of all floors within the building, measured between the outside of the exterior walls or between the outside of the exterior walls and the center party line dividing the building from another building. So that would be the case if there's a semi-detached building on an existing property. However, it would exclude any space with a floor to ceiling height of less than 1.8 meters. So for example, if there's an attic space or there's a crawl space that has a floor to ceiling height of 1.8 meters, we would exclude that from the gross floor area calculations. And then we also are proposing to exclude any enclosed porches, which are typically added outside of the main habitable portion of the dwelling. Like I mentioned, we are also amending the landscape open space definition. The required percentage of landscape open space on a lot is proposed to remain the same at a minimum of 30%. However, the definition is proposed to be changed to exclude any hard surfaced areas such as patios, and they're also proposed to exclude swimming pools. The height is proposed to be measured from the established grade to the peak of the roof. Floor space index is defined as the gross floor area of a dwelling house divided by the lot area on which that dwelling is located. This is primarily intended to regulate the massing and the bulk of a building. We've also added a new definition for a rear wall just for the purposes of the calculation of the rear yard setback. And then we've added a definition for what normal high water mark means as it would relate to the Lake Ontario shoreline. The definition is exactly taken from the official plan. So I just wanted to further explain some of these changes by way of illustrations. So with respect to minimum front yard, what we are proposing is the greater of the average front yard depth of 2 previously erected buildings on adjacent lots or 6 meters. So for example, in this case, if setback A, let's say on this existing house was 6 meters, and setback C, on this existing house, let's say was 8 meters. So this new house would have to be set back at the average or 6 meters, whichever is the greater. So the average would be 6 plus 8 divided by 2, which would be 7. So the house would need to be set back at 7 meters. So this is primarily intended to have a front yard setback that's consistent with your neighbor. There could be situations where an adjoining lot is vacant, or like situations for a corner lot where you only have one building on one side of the the lot. In that case, we would take the average setback of setback A and 6 meters, or 6 meters, whichever is greater. And then for all other cases, we propose to use a minimum 6-meter front yard setback. So like I mentioned, the minimum rear yard would depend on the rear wall height. So if the rear wall height was 7.6 meters or less, the minimum required rear yard would be 7.6 meters. However, if the rear wall height was greater than 7.6 meters, the rear yard, so which is this depth here, which is the backyard, would have to be equal to the height of the rear wall. Like I mentioned, one of the changes we've made is the definition of is introducing a new definition for established grade versus using the finished grade that's currently in the zoning bylaw. So established grade would be measured at the points where the required front yard depth meets the side lot line. So for example, in this case, we would take the elevation of point A and point B and divided by 2, so that would be the average, and that's how we would measure the grade. So this is, like I mentioned, primarily intended to prevent artificially raising the grade of a lot. So again, just on that piece, so this is how the height would be measured. So in this example, this is a typical lot, not a waterfront lot. This point, this dot here represents the minimum front yard setback, and so you would measure the established grade based on this calculation, and then the height would be measured from there. And again, similar for waterfront lots. So instead of using the finished grade to calculate height, you would use the established grade. So floor space index represents the ratio of the gross floor area of a dwelling house to the lot area on which it's located. So for example, on like we just took the average 1,000 square meter lot. So an FSI of 0.35 would permit 350 square meters. So what typically you would do is multiply 0.35 by the lot area to get the total gross floor area that can be built on a lot. So in this example, in this case to the left, in this illustration, so if one is permitted 350 square meters of total gross floor area on a lot, that could be divided up into a basement and a single-story home of 175 square meters each. Or you could have 2 stories of 175 square meters each above grade, or like as a main floor and a second floor. Or you could have 3 stories plus a basement. So in this case, each floor would be 100 square meters. So the basement would be 100 square meters. The first 2 floors would be 100 square meters, and this floor would be 50. So 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 50 would be 350. So this is a mechanism to control the bulk of dwellings in this area. It has been used in other areas of the city, for example, in the olden part of the city in zoning bylaw number 8499. In addition to the zoning bylaw recommendations, staff have also worked with Dillon Consulting Limited to develop urban design guidelines that are specific to this area. The intent of these design guidelines is to provide guidance for new residential development and redevelopment within the Redendale neighborhood to help ensure that the development complements the character of the neighborhood. These design guidelines also elaborate on the intent of the zoning bylaw recommendations. They're intended to assist applicants when they're preparing submissions for development proposals, and they're also intended to assist staff and committees when assessing these applications. The design guidelines speak to things such as orientation and entryways. So for example, things like orienting main facades and main doors to the street, encouraging that driveways are not the prominent feature along the front facade of a building, giving consideration to garages that are set back from the main facade of the building. I'm sorry, I mentioned driveways, but I meant garages. The design guidelines also speak to front yard setbacks, so basically indicating that how those setbacks can result in a cohesive street character. Side yard setbacks, they are intended to ensure access on the side of a building, access to the rear yard from the outside of the house. Rear yard setbacks, the design guidelines speak to ensuring that rear yard depths are sufficient to provide appropriate amenity areas on a property, ensure that your neighboring properties won't be affected from overlook and shadow issues. Again, as it relates to massing and will form, these are intended to reduce impacts related to shadowing and overlook issues, same with height. The design guidelines encourage a variety of building styles and detailings. However, they do indicate that building materials and colors, roofs and dormers, windows and doors on a property are in the same architectural style, and that they also complement the architectural style of neighboring properties. The design guidelines also speak to driveway widths and driveway length. So it's basically that driveway length should be able to accommodate a 1-car length parking space on private property, and also limiting the width of driveways so that the front of the property is not dominated by hardscape surfaces. And lastly, the guidelines speak to soft landscaping and how soft landscaping can assist with stormwater retention, add a sense of green, sense of openness, provision of green space, retaining mature trees and things like that. With respect to the next steps, we will, over the next few weeks, be reviewing all of the technical comments that we've received from other departments on this proposed zoning bylaw amendment, as well as all of the public correspondence that we've received. The intent at this time is to bring back a comprehensive report with a recommendation back to Planning Committee in the spring. Initially, when this work was started, it was intended that this will be carried forward as part of the new citywide zoning bylaw. However, because of the timing of the new citywide zoning bylaw, we are undertaking an amendment to zoning bylaw 7626. However, we will be carrying forward the amendments to the new zoning bylaw in the future. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So we had the planner already presented the information regarding correspondence and circulation. So we'll go right into the committee. Questions or comments? Councilor.
I just want to take an opportunity to thank Sukriti and the planning department and their staff for the great work that they did on this, and certainly in terms of engaging the public. And I know you've gotten many letters from the community. There was great attendance at the public meetings that were held, and I think after a great deal of sort of back and forth, I believe that the recommendations really reflect generally the feelings of the residents in the area. I know that it's a challenge because this is an area that's undergoing pretty significant change. It's not the first time that it's gone through that kind of change. But I do think what the planning department has come up with in consultation with Dylan and in particular with the work that the residents have done in order to contribute to this have resulted in a great result. I know that there's some concerns that have been expressed by some of the developers in the area. However, I must say that I've seen some wonderful development, even that's, I think, would be consistent with the new guidelines once they're implemented. And I do believe that we can find ways to work with the developers to make sure that the land use guidelines and the planning requirements meet their needs as well, and at the same time result in a neighborhood that is consistent with the desires of the residents that live there. So I do want to congratulate, and that's not a question, so I just want to say I got that in before you got a chance to cut me off.
No problem. We give a little leeway to the district councillor. Any further questions or comments? Or comments come later. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Chappelle.
I understand there's been a community consultation, but of those communities, were any of them local builders or people involved in building in the area?
As community working group, we did have one member on the working group. So the working group was comprised of 6 members in total. Of the 6 members, there was one individual who represents, I mean, I wouldn't say who represents, but who has been building in that area.
You know, to all the letters of support of this great work that the planning committee has done, and I also understand the amount of work involved. There is a number of letters I also received from developers with regards to concerns with regards to the FSI, the floor space index, using the basement, which is not used in other areas of the city of Kingston. And I was wondering what the rationale was behind that.
So the rationale behind, in general, using the FSI approach is to regulate the bulk and massing of a building. I know that zoning bylaw number 8499 that applies to the central Kingston area does use an FSI approach, and I would have to go back and check if it does include or does not include the basement. The reason why we have included the basement is because our lot by lot analysis information and data included basement information. So that's why we have included the basement within the FSI calculation.
With the setback of 6 meters, I can certainly appreciate that, especially since a number of these beautiful homes have they have swales, or I guess I wouldn't call it a ditch because they're too well groomed to be a ditch. They're not like the ones we have up in Westbrook where you'd fall in and lose a small child. But so the 6 meter setback is certainly a lot more than we see in other parts of the city of Kingston. And I was wondering how much above the average is that setback? So
6 meters is currently required in the zoning bylaw already. So that is the minimum setback that's required. I'd have to look at what the average front yard setback is in the area. So as part of this work, we did look at, in general, like I mentioned, a lot by lot analysis. I'm just finding that page. So the average front yard setback is 10.3 meters in the area. What we are proposing is greater of, I'm just going to pull that page. So what we are proposing is the greater of the average front yard depth of 2 previously erected buildings on adjacent lots. So, sorry, like I mentioned, case if right, yeah.
Certainly follow that. I mean, that number's fine.
I mean, 6 meters is already the required minimum currently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And with regards to removing pools and patios from the landscape, is that because there are so many public beaches in the area, or what's the premise behind that?
The premise behind that was to ensure that there is sufficient landscaping on the property, like soft landscaping on the property. Patios typically, I mean, they do increase the usability of landscape open space areas. However, in this instance, where lot sizes are big, We did not think that, I mean, the 30% we felt confident in excluding pools and patios and things like that from landscape open space requirements.
Also, restrictions on the width of driveways, which is fine. So combining all of these features, you use the word the bulkiness of the building. So what will be the average size of a house if if a home was removed and rebuilt? Because there are some homes there that are dilapidated, although not the people that I know that live in there, but there are some homes that have really dilapidated. And if they were to be replaced, what would these impacts of this FSI and the established grade and the gross floor plan area and the landscaping excluding pools and patios, what would be the size or the maximum size of a home that could be now built?
Right, so that would be on the lot area. So the average lot size, which is about 10,000 square meters, 10,000 square feet in the area. That would give a maximum gross floor area of 3,500 square feet.
So if a building would not permit something like the McMonster building on the corner of Park Crescent.
Right, because in combination with the minimum lot coverage and FSI, we are hoping that the build form would not be like the large.
Received, and this will be my final comment. I did receive some from Car and Court Homes, and I read the art, and I actually thought a lot of his arguments were quite well presented. But in the present and the homes that he showed me that he had built, they seem to be very, very nice and would fit in with the community. But the one that I'm really concerned with are on the Park Crescent. The current proposal that you have put forward, would it have prevented that ugly 3-story building right there on the corner? Would this not have been permitted with the proposed proposal?
Yeah, I'm unable to answer because I don't have all of the specific property in front of me right now. I would have to look at what the building, what the lot area is, what the established grade would be, and things like that. So I really don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Or comments later? Any further questions? Great. Seeing none, I will save my comments till later. We'll now open it up to the public. And again, we have microphones on both sides. If you'd just like to step up to that microphone and just name and address and 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
My name is Pete Snell. I live on Front Road in Redendale. My question, I addressed this previously in the previous meeting. I was just wondering if there was a resolution. When they widened Front Road, it changed a number of the houses along Front Road so that they were existing non-compliant because the setback had changed. And we discussed the possibility of changing the setback for Front Road specifically to make so the existing houses were compliant, so we didn't have to go through an extra step to get a variance to make a change in the building. I was just wondering if that had been considered or anything had been taken along with that. Okay.
Thank you. Robin, 43 Joreen Drive. Again, it's going to be on design counselor, and that has to do with the list of design qualifications that are on in the proposal. I can't see that they're going to be meaning anything to anybody looking at proposals other than as a checklist. Somehow you're going to have to expand or give some kind of definition, further guidelines to those to make them meaningful. There is quite a handsome new house on Lakeview, I think, or maybe it's Lakeshore, that I think is one of the finest houses in the city. It's new development, but 2 years old, and none of that stuff is going to meet it. And just one last comment. You did say in your final remarks afterwards, and we didn't get any rebuttal on it, yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But beauty in the eye of an educated eye has to be a little different. So it's a little too easy just to dismiss this stuff. If this city wants to be a destination city, it has to look after its built environment. If you want to be Chicago or New York or Venice or Paris or London, you go there because of the built environment.
I agree with those comments, but I think they related to the previous public meeting rather than in particular
What
this
difference does that make if we're
proposal.
dealing with of aesthetics?
I don't want to get into a debate. I would be happy to talk to you after the meeting.
I'd like
I'd be very happy to do that.
send this
Or
out to other
send
people
me
who
an
are here.
email,
though,
we'll
too.
grab a coffee.
We'll have some coffee.
That's you, right? Yeah. Okay, no, that's right. So, my first mistake. Sorry. Okay. Okay. My name is James Stewart. I'm at 46 Park Crescent. I'm one of the members of the Community Working Group. And timing. Okay. First of all, I'd like to express a huge thanks to the planners and other people who have worked on this, in particular Sukriti, and Laura McCormick and Paige Agnew in the planning department and Dillon Consulting. This was spearheaded initially by our councillor, our old councillor Laura Turner, our ex-councillor Laura Turner, and we've been talking with Wayne Hill also about this. And so there are many people who have contributed to this. There's the Redendale Community Working Group, which included a local builder. This person has built or extensively renovated 5 homes, 4 of which are in the neighborhood, and he's living in a home that he's built in the neighborhood also. So his presence on...
Just 1 second so we can adjust the mic.
No. Is that better? Okay. So the presence of this builder in our working group actually was very useful. It tempered our desires into something which we think ended up being more reasonable in the end. There's been a huge amount of local interest in this. Generally, almost everyone supports this. And there's been contributions from Kingston Planning, Dillon Consultant, and our councillors. Some specific queries about the report that I'd like to just put in the record. I'd suggest explicitly stating that the gross floor area includes garages and basements. It's not explicitly said there, whereas it was explicitly excluded in the previous version. The exclusion of enclosed porches allows a little loophole in that an enclosed porch could be built, it's enclosed on all sides with a roof, and it could then be considered living space. So perhaps that can be included in the gross floor area. The corner lots are interesting. The corner lots have a front yard setback, which is according to the 6 meters or 6 meters, the average of 6 meters in the adjacent house. But there's no exterior side yard setback. And the purpose of the setback is to bring the house in line with the houses on the street. But the exterior side yard setback is the setback for the other street of the corner house. And there's no restriction on that. And we would hope that the same restriction on the front yard setback would apply to the exterior side yard setback. I've got a bunch of other comments, but I can give them to you in email. More interestingly, it was mentioned that there was a fairly, you might say, timely article in the Whig today. Surprisingly timely. It was an interview with a developer who has raised several issues opposing these changes. The title of the article, I think, was "Building is Going to be Dead in Redendale," which is a little bit of hyperbole. But we have to respectfully disagree with this. And the fact is that the new bylaws will support compatible development in Redendale. They will not be fewer dwellings with the new bylaws. The new units will simply be compatible with the existing neighborhood, and they may be a bit smaller, which is a negative for the developers. Address some specific points that were raised in this article by the developer. One complaint was that the new subdivisions that are made have an FSI, floor space index, of greater than 0.4, and they're on smaller lots. And that was a reason to say that the proposal's FSI limit is unreasonable. Okay. This is a false equivalence, right? Redendale is not a new subdivision, and so you can't really compare the two. In fact, if you did what the developers are asking, you'd be turning Redendale into something like this, in which there are larger houses tighter together, closer to the street. And nobody would recognize this as containing the characteristics of Redendale that make it a great place to be. The second issue was, it was raised that the house lots don't cause flooding, and so that we should not be constraining development. And I'm sure they meant not house lots, because house lots don't cause flooding. I'm sure they meant new buildings on lots don't cause flooding. There's no evidence for this statement, okay? But there is evidence to the contrary. On one of the houses on Park Crescent experienced increased flooding, so they had to put new sump pumps in when a house was built beside it. The new house at 62 Park has had, I think, at least 3 floods in their basement so far. And the developer of that house, who's building the house beside it, now refuses to build basements. Okay? So I would say that there's building these new houses with large foundations.
Seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay. The final thing is that new construction is uneconomical, in the words of the developer. And to me, uneconomical really means not as profitable because you have to build a slightly smaller house. But the advantage of a slightly smaller house with a slightly less profit margin is that it's actually costing less. And so it will open the market to other people who might not be able to afford million-dollar homes. And one of the nice things about Redendale is it does have, as Sukriti, I think, said, a wide socioeconomic range. Okay? And this is what the developers consider to be economical. This is a 3,300 square foot house on the corner of Park Crescent. It's going for 1.5. The house beside it was 1.2. The lot was bought for $650,000. So I think there's some flexibility in the profit margin there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I cut you off and you have any other information, just supply it to us via email.
Perfect.
Thank you. Other members? Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't live in the area, but I've been following the file's progress. And I would also like to praise the excellent work that's been done so far by the previous councillor and the current councillor, city staff, the consultants, and the extensive neighborhood feedback that's been arranged so far. This is an example of how civic democracy works well. So we should all be proud about that. So I just want to raise some points that haven't really been raised so far. And to me, it looks like the important part is on page 138 at the bottom in the official plan policy, 2.6.1. It is the intent of this plan to promote development in areas where change is desired while protecting stable areas from incompatible development or types of development and rates of change that may be destabilizing. So to me, this is a largely stable neighborhood. So I think that's an excellent drafting of the essence of what should be happening there. I want to touch on secondary suites because the policy has been changed at the city level all around the city now. So I'm just wondering how this set of proposed regulations will incorporate the new guidelines for secondary suites, or if there's any problems foreseen, or if that's been examined yet. We've had issues presented before on and around drainage, which is sort of the big picture part, and then the small picture part, which has also been presented by the last speaker, among others. If you change what's happening locally, you may be introducing drainage issues. And I think there's a report coming on the high water of 2017 to EITP in April, according to senior city staff, that may be helpful in terms of looking at the global picture on drainage and what happens with flooding and so forth. So clearly changes have happened as development has been brought in. And since 1950s, we know more about how to map drainage variations and so forth. So I'd like to try to incorporate all of that. I would like to see some detailed specifics on what exactly has happened in Redendale on, say, the last 20 years or so on a neighborhood basis. Like what houses have gone in and where and what have the results been. So it's sort of a follow-on for the work that's been done. I think that's a first-class piece of professional work by all those who took part in it. So very pleased about that. As the article said, it's been referred to before. Some people have bought properties in the neighborhood planning to sever and or redevelop through either demolition or large-scale addition. So they're part of the community. They're taking advantage of the rules that were there when they made their steps. So there's conflict there that's inevitable. And I'm wondering, this might be a dumb question, but I'm going to raise it anyway. With respect to additions to existing homes, they're going to have to conform to the rules that have been laid out if this set of recommended proposals goes through, right? Like if you have a house there, I have friends of mine who live in the area and they've added on to houses that they've had for some time. So those additions, they're going to have to conform, right? So that's the end of my points. Thank you.
Thank you. And recognize the lady at the other side. And anybody who wishes to make further comment, if you can move to a microphone, I'll be able to recognize you right away.
Oh, thanks so much. What do I press?
Just the arrow keys.
Okay, that's good. My name is Joanne Robin. I live at 1 Crescent Drive in Redendale, and I've been there for 35, 40 years, something like that. So a longtime resident of that area and someone who appreciates it. I also want to say how much we appreciate that the city did dedicate $100,000 to this study. It's incredible, and we're all so very, very appreciative of that money and the process. I just want to respond to the study a little bit and to some of the negative comments that have been made by others who look at development somewhat differently than the residents are. So basically, I titled this, Why Redendale Needs These Regulations. And without new regulations, developers can and will outbid all other potential buyers because their profit margins are so high when they build very large homes. Developers equate lot size with house size, but they have no regard for the existing character of the neighborhood. And what we find is that smaller houses that might be available to lower level purchasers are not even looked at as houses. They're just for sale by owner, lot size, that's all you need to know. So potential buyers looking for more modest sized homes, either to live in or even to renovate or possibly later on replace, are simply locked out of the market. Large sized homes are pushed, even demanded, by builders because that maximizes profits, especially when they have overbid for the land. And one of the letters that went to the committee even said, I've paid well over market value for the homes that I've purchased, or for the lots that I've purchased. It's clear. But a spacient, vibrant, well-treed neighborhood will gradually transform into lot line to lot line McMansions if nothing is done to stop this. And we see this right on the signs that developers, the for sale signs that they put up. For sale by developer. Choose from our beautiful plans or bring your own, but minimum 2,500 square feet. It's logical from the developer's, builder's perspective, but it's not what's good for the neighborhood. Builders advertise the attractions of Redendale, and I'm quoting directly, one of Kingston's most prestigious neighborhoods. What makes this neighborhood so special is the abundance of mature trees, and then they happily destroy them. If you note the scale of those trees in the first picture on the left, you're only seeing half the size of the tree. If you look on the picture at the right, I've pointed out the tree cutter, who's like a little tiny guy way up there in the tree. It was awful to see those trees come down. They were mature black walnut trees, and they were just simply wiped out. What you're seeing to there is the trees that were at the back of the lot, and the lot the way it stands today, and the arrow is pointing to the same spot on the lot. So you can see that these lots are being clear cut. No matter how they're advertised, when the developer's through with them, the trees are gone. Current regulations allow infill housing that causes overlook and offends current standards. On the left and the right is the same backyard of an individual. You can see where the arrow is pointing the shed of the particular home. If you look on the left in the very background, you can almost see the roof line of the existing house that was there. On the right, you see the house that replaced it, plus a little more of the house that additionally replaced it, because there were two houses put on that lot. That is the most offensive thing I've seen in the neighborhood, and there are more. To date, builders have demonstrated complete disregard for context sensitivity. If they hadn't, we wouldn't be here today. But you can see how a very, very large house is built what looks like right to the lot line. I'm sure it is set back 4 feet. And look how close it is to the adjacent house, and look at the difference in the size. The other picture shows the new house that has been referenced of 3,300 square feet. What upsets me is that this house could still be built again and again in the neighborhood, provided the lot size is very big. My concern is that houses of 3 stories with flat roofs will not be stopped even by the regulations that we're attempting to bring in now. And I think we will have to add another qualifier, as is in the entire city of Toronto, which says no houses over 2 stories can be built with a flat roof, bar none. You can have 2 stories, you can have 3 stories, but not with a flat roof. It's the flat roof 3-story that allows that building and will still be allowed under even the guidelines that are proposed here. So I think more, again, has to be done. I'm almost done. Redendale has always attracted solid new development that respected the neighborhood's open, spacious, and well-treated character. These new regulations will allow development of both large and mid-sized homes, but only in a respectful, context-sensitive manner.
30 seconds.
And that is what we're looking for. These are all homes that were built fairly recently in the area. They're the smaller sized ones. Larger homes will still go in on the larger lots. And over 75% of the lots in their area are over 60 feet in width. So there'll be lots of opportunity to build big homes. But we will retain the smaller sized lots to build smaller sized homes if these regulations go through. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry, I have to do what the mayor did the other day. Our bylaw 1 says no applause. Or we can do the silent applause for the presentations, but no applause, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. That's a hard act to follow. And I just have one comment. City Council has declared a state of climate emergency in Kingston. Oh, sorry, I'm Marjorie Peart, P-E-A-R-T, 43 Lakeland Point Drive. City Council has declared a state of climate emergency in Kingston. In their words, they will be deepening our commitment to protecting our ecosystems, setting a strategic priority, galvanizing council and community into action, delivering a message of urgency, and there was even the statement that the fight would be the same as the effort put into World War I and II, a statement made perhaps in the excitement of the moment. Permitting lots to be developed and houses to be designed and built that include cutting down mature trees, diverting the natural flow of water, and interfering with the well-being of a community and its ecosystem would all be counter to an effort to address climate change. Therefore, rejecting this newly designed bylaw would be hypocritical and contradictory to the evident sincerity in which councillors are committed to addressing this climate emergency. Thank you.
Yes, floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Enid Henwood, and I live at 34 Queer Boulevard. And I have lived and worked in the Redendale area in excess of 40 years. Contrary to claims made in a letter attached to this report, I am not against change, and I do not want to keep development out of the neighborhood. I understand homes can become into disrepair, and at times it is more economical to start afresh. I am not unwelcoming to new residents and do not have an outdated protectionist attitude. What I do welcome is a framework by which the character of the neighborhood, which, by the way, is part of the attraction to these same developers, is maintained while still accommodating future development, all within the scale of existing homes. I feel this report is reasonable and has, for the most part, succeeded in this. There is, however, one area of the report that I feel falls short of the study's goal. A sample provided by the consultant at one of the working group's meetings indicated that the average rear yard setback of Redendale is in the neighborhood of 37.9 feet. As such, the proposed minimum 25-foot rear yard setback is clearly not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Large rear yards have been described as the jewel of this neighborhood and allowing for privacy, tree canopies, and green space. Furthermore, the residents feels that 25 feet is too small to accommodate the proposed swales that are being included in many new developments to manage the drainage and to allow for the regrowth of mature trees to replace those that have been cut down. A new trend of 3-story homes is now surfacing in this neighborhood. If these homes are built, whereas they extend much further back than the adjacent homes, these will overlook into the backyards of their neighbors, overshadowing and invading their privacy. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the staff of the Planning Department for their patience, hard work, and their dedication to this project, and listening and hearing the concern of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman beside you.
Evening. My name is Kyle Lake. I've lived at 1 Crescent Drive for 39 years. I'd like to comment on 2 submissions that were in the documents that were made available to us. At first, I would like to comment on a comment by Concord Homes that can be summarized as the follows. The proposed changes seem to be designed to appease the residents who don't want any new development. No, just read the summary of the document. The summary of the document says that the study was to ensure that infill development is context appropriate and compatible with the physical character of the existing build form. That's what that study was. The study was not against new development. This study needs to be passed. We've seen the picture of 60 Park Crescent there with the 3 story home going in that reminds me rather a lot of the hotel in the previous presentation. That lot, 60 Park Crescent, used to have one home. It now has 4. I'd like to end by commenting on a contribution in the package from another professional, and I'll read directly what that person said. They said the existing housing stock in Redendale are full of lead, asbestos, mold, radon gas, fungus, wood rot, structural deterioration, water permeation, etc. My home is 70 years old and it suffers from none of that. That's just insulting nonsense. Thank you.
Any comments? Yes, go ahead.
Martin Mack, 13 Career Hour. As you know, I have submitted some information, so I won't try to rehash what I've already put in there. You've all read it, plus the article today in the paper. I am living in the neighborhood as well as building in the neighborhood. Again, that's no secret. I'm gonna go through my list of questions. So again, I think some of the other counselors have asked a few of the questions I have. So again, I'm going to run through them, and if they've already been dealt with, just disregard it. My first comment would be basically Councillor Hill said, based on the new zoning requirements, you would be able to build what we're building now. I would like to correct him. I've done the calculations. I would not be able to build anything I am currently building now based on this change in the zoning. And I don't think, again, unless you sit down and do the math, look at all the changes and plot it out, design a house, you will not be able to build what is being built now. So again, I'd just like to correct that. It wasn't really a question. So proposed lot coverage already reduced to 30%. What is the purpose of further restricting by including the FSI? Secondly, I note the FSI has further been reduced from 0.4 to 0.35 since the October meeting. Again, I'd like to know why. Why are basements included in the calculation? And there was an answer given, but again, Tarion, if nobody knows what Tarion is, it's the Ontario Warranty Program for new houses. Tarion does not include basements in the square footage. Also, when you sell your house, usually realtors don't include the square footage. So why is the square footage of the basement included in the FSI? Fourthly, front yard and rear yard setbacks. If the property is flanked by a smaller, again, I'll use wartime house, set further back from the street, why should the neighboring properties dictate the size and placement of a new build or addition? Fifth, why is this being passed before the official plan? And I've asked that question, I've put it to staff, and I have not had an answer back. So I hope through this process that question gets answered. Again, why is this being pushed through so fast before the official plan has been looked at? What is the goal of the proposed restrictions, and how are they actually protecting the integrity of Redendale? What are we trying to achieve by prohibiting some of the building and improvements? Excuse me. 7, report was prepared with some feedback based on the October 8, 2018 meeting. A community group also met in January. Why was special consideration given to a special group? How do you justify an appearance of bias there? Why? I attended the meeting, I left my information. Why was I not included in that January meeting? And again, we just found out about the January meeting, I believe last week. Again, I'm not sure if this is public knowledge, but my question is, are we allowed to know who was on the working group? Are those names allowed to be public? Again, I know they mentioned a builder. I'm just not aware of any builder living in the neighborhood. So I'd just like to know who was on who was on the committee. Is that public knowledge, and can we have that information? Again, back to the one of the pictures that one of the previous gentlemen put up about Park Street. I really believe that a lot of the proposed zoning here does not address their concerns, the residents, about the flooding. I mean, again, all the flooding that was listed in the last slideshow was on Park Street. Maybe it was poor building.
30 seconds.
Maybe a building technique that place is flooded and everything is flooding on Park. So maybe we should look at Park rather than doing a blanket zoning proposal to the entire neighborhood. So again, I'm for building. I love the neighborhood. I'm not building houses that I want to build. I'm building houses that families want to live in. They're telling me what they want. I'm not the one saying I want to build 3,000 square feet. Thank you. Thanks.
Any other? Oh, go ahead.
Hi there, my name's Chris Booth, 669 Sussex Boulevard. For over 12 years now, I've owned 2 houses on Crescent Drive in this area, and I've since purchased another property there. There's a few things here in this that disturb me. First off, the FSI bothers me a lot. There's nowhere else in the city of Kingston uses the basement square footage, okay, which impacts the square footage that's allowed for the property. So that's one of my major concerns. The setbacks are a big problem as far as the front and rear go. Nowhere else in the city of Kingston do you have to draw a line between your house and the neighbors, or the 2 neighbors, to figure out where yours has got to be. I'm also curious to know about, since I wasn't at the beginning of this whole process, is how many people were involved in the petition, shall I say, to try and initiate $100,000 worth of taxpayers' money. This is a lot of money that was spent with this other upcoming, with the zoning requirement changes coming up for the whole city. Does this mean that other areas in the city are going to be able to say, well, hey, they did it, why can't I? Bay Ridge maybe, or perhaps maybe downtown somewhere. This is not fair, okay, that this money was spent on this one little group of people. So I'm curious to know about the names of the people that were on that list and their addresses, which I believe is public information. Also, I just don't understand how it is that this can all happen. We've had people here that have said that, oh, the bulk of the people in the area have been consulted and they feel that they're on board with this. I have 3 properties. No one's spoken to me about it, and I'm certainly against it. And when it all has started, no one has ever approached us whatsoever about this. So I don't know where these facts are coming from. Also, there's a gentleman here just said that there's no asbestos or lead or any of this stuff in the properties. In your property.
Excuse me.
Any of these
no dialogue, please. If you have an issue because you think somebody has misrepresented what you said, please put it in writing and share it with us. Okay? Thank you.
Any of those early properties that were the 50s and 60s have asbestos in the concrete blocks and in the mortar. So, and if they have parging on or stucco on the outside of a house, they're full of asbestos. Paints such as lead were used inside all of those properties. There's probably even asbestos tiles on the floor underneath subfloors. So all those older homes, I'm willing to say, most of them have got asbestos properties that need to be disposed of and dealt with properly. And people are living in these. any new development that takes place where people come in and actually take the time to take down these properties and dispose of everything properly is doing nothing but adding a benefit to to this area. In the 50s, when those houses were built, they were all built wartime homes. And then 20 years later, the next group of people came in, and you can see the changes in the development, where the houses get a little bigger, a little more modern. All that's happening now is exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. People are trying, our styles and tastes are moving forward. But because of the fact that we're limited to these large-sized properties, then people are going to want, like Concord Homes says.
30 seconds.
Thank you. That Home says that they want the houses. It's understandable. But when you go and you ask to have smaller lots on these properties, you get told no, and so you end up having to build a bigger house. So, you know, I think that the people here in this area want to have their cake and eat it too, but unfortunately, change happens, and it's happening there right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman who just sat down.
Okay. My name is George Weens. I live at 39 Crerar Boulevard in Point Pleasant, the oldest of the 4 subdivisions that make up the area known as Redendale. I've lived there for 50 years, and I've seen many new homes built, usually on unoccupied lots of this Veterans Land Act subdivision, where the lots were large. Because of the age of some original homes, this is a prime area for tear down and development. I don't oppose development, but for 50 years, I've treasured the character of my neighborhood, which includes extensive green space, a massive tree canopy, and good spacing of dwellings. In formulating the amendments to the zoning bylaw, the planning department has, I believe, come up with a good compromise, and I thank them for their patient work. Yes, there is a restriction on the size of homes permitted, but at a time when we are concerned about climate change, about sustainability, about efficient use of resources, about environmental health, I believe the planning department has done the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't currently see any, if you want to grab a mic, and this mic's already turned on, so.
Just want to echo my support as a resident of the Redendale area, Bruce Pack, 147 Lakeshore Boulevard, and commend the committee on the good work they've done and the planning committee for the effort they put into this. There's very little I can add that my residents and neighbors have already mentioned on this one, but a historical context, we moved into the area some 30 years ago from a very similar area in Toronto. We chose Redendale specifically for the character it brings, it portrays, and the amenities it provides. My former neighborhood in Toronto never did implement guidelines such as these. And if you go back to that neighborhood now, it is virtually unrecognizable as a neighborhood where you want to raise a family, engage in recreational pursuits, or basically enjoy green space and a nice amenity area. So I fully support the recommendations on this one. It would be nice to expedite them because there are lots now sitting empty in the Redendale area. And if these could be brought into effect fairly soon, it at least, as the last speaker said, provides a reasonable compromise because there are many residents that feel this has gone too far and would like to protect the standards as they currently exist. I think people feel that the 0.35 is a very reasonable alternative to both sides of the argument on this one. Thank you. Yeah, Bruce Pack, 147 Lakeshore Boulevard. Okay.
around, and I don't see anybody rushing to a, I'm sorry, we're only. No, if you can put it in writing, we will definitely accept it as correspondence and we'll get an answer to you. But I'm just following our bylaw for committee only allows people to speak once, and you have to be recognized by the chair. I apologize. It isn't quite the same as a town hall meeting. These rules have to apply. Okay, I apologize. I don't see any other people rushing to a microphone. So I will give our staff an opportunity to respond to those questions and comments, and then we'll go back into the committee for one last kick of the can by the committee.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll start off and then defer to my colleagues on certain things. So definitely thank you to everyone who's come out this evening, and I do want to acknowledge there has been a lot of input from various members of the community in this room. Just in terms of process and the working group in particular, Councillor Neal, you'll recall since you were on council at the time, the process for the working group is that we go through a similar process of seating all working groups within the city. There's a scope of work and in terms of reference that is established for a working group that gets approved by council. It's publicly posted. People are able to apply for consideration of a working group, and that goes through the clerk's department. And then there's actually a committee of city councilors that does all of the nominations for the city, including the working group. So as far as this process and the working group that was established, that was all publicly vetted through our process, and certainly the information associated with the naming or the nominations, that all gets reported out through council and is public information, so can be shared with anybody that's interested in that for this evening. On the issue of floor space index, I know there's been a number of comments tonight. Certainly, floor space index isn't a zoning performance standard that's been applied in this area to date, but it does exist in the central area of the city, and it does include basement floor area as long as there's a 7-foot ceiling height. So what we're attempting to establish here as a performance standard would be similar to what we're already doing, and that zoning in that area of the city, 8499, is very, very old. It's been in existence since the 70s to some extent with some new additions. The floor space index, I believe, came in the late 90s specifically. And we are looking at using floor space index in all of our new projects coming forward as a proper way to regulate through zoning. So it's not an inconsistent approach. So I wanted to provide that information for the community's perspective and just for their interest. Sorry. In terms of the official plan, again, and in terms of the budget that was allocated, this process and this project in particular came forward at the motion of the district councillor, was vetted through the public process. Staff were asked to develop a scope of work related to the councillor's motion, which we did. That went to a subsequent meeting of city council where it was discussed and debated, and the budget was approved accordingly. So we do have a number of planning studies that are going on throughout the city. Certainly in terms of the comments related to the official plan, we completed the review of the official plan in 2017, so that work is completed. Not to say that other policy work we're doing right now doesn't have official plan policy consideration to a smaller extent. That's always ongoing for the city, but I did want to confirm that the official plan work that we had started in 2015 was concluded and approved by council in 2017.
My colleague, Security, will probably have more to add, but just as it relates to secondary suites, there was a comment to think about how that may be enabled within this area. So the city right now is looking at giving broader permissions to second residential units or secondary suites, and this area is an area that would be a part of the broadening of permissions for secondary suites. So it may mean something like an additional unit within an existing dwelling, or potentially even within a coach house, which is a detached second unit. Now, the The second unit itself, whether within or external to the existing dwelling, would still have to meet all of the zoning standards that are being introduced through this project. So the permissions for second units would be established and could be applicable to these lands when they're finished.
To you, Mr. Chair, there were a few other comments that I will attempt to address. One of the comments was whether additions to existing homes would need to comply with the proposed zoning requirements. The answer is yes. If these zoning changes are put in place, any future additions to existing buildings would need to comply with those requirements. There was a comment regarding a 25-foot rear yard setback. So we have attempted to address that comment based on the rear wall height of a building. So like I mentioned in my presentation, where the rear wall height is 25 feet or less, a minimum rear yard setback of 25 feet is required. Where the rear wall height is greater than 25 feet, the rear yard setback would need to be equivalent to the rear wall height, so which could result in a greater setback. The maximum permitted height is 35 feet, so it could actually translate into a 35-foot setback for any building which has a rear wall height of 35 feet, if that's possible. There was also a comment made regarding rear yard setback being dependent on adjacent properties. That's actually not what we are proposing. We are only proposing to amend the front yard setback requirements, which would be the average of the adjacent property. So only the front yard setback requirement is dependent, would be dependent on adjacent built fabric. There was also a comment regarding road widening along Front Road, and as a result of the road widening, the setbacks have changed along Front Road, and how, if that can be addressed through this zoning bylaw amendment. The zoning bylaw already includes provisions as it relates to a reduction in lot area when a road widening is taken for the purposes of adding, for example, a new turning lane or adding a new lane for side triangles and things like that. We are not proposing to change that because it applies. It's a general provision which is applicable throughout the area that's regulated by zoning bylaw 7626, and there are similar provisions that are existing in other zoning bylaws as well. Thank you. I believe Paige and Greg have addressed the other comments. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now go back into the committee if there's any further questions that have been spurred or comments. Bill.
I'm sorry, and this is through you, Chair, to Ms. Agarwal. Did you comment on the January meeting?
Yes, I'm sorry. So as part of the open house that was held in October, I believe October 8th of 2018, we had provided a presentation to the community at Center 70 and had requested community members to submit comments as part of that presentation. We did receive a number of comments as part of that, which we've included in Exhibit N of the public meeting report. There was a joint submission made by a group of residents that requested a meeting to discuss their comments. So that's what that January meeting was. It wasn't an open community meeting, so we didn't send out a notice because it wasn't a meeting of that nature. We, like planning staff, get asked all the time to meet to discuss public concerns and comments, and we do that all the time, but these meetings are held with the individuals who have requested the meeting. And we are happy to meet with any other individuals if they would like to meet to discuss their comments and concerns.
I would just like to add to that, in the sort of interest of transparency, that on a number of occasions, residents asked to meet with me as well, and I would meet with residents in groups of a few or several. I know that any time that a resident requested information from staff, they were most responsive, and often they did it directly through staff, or they might have done it through me. anybody could have requested that kind of information or access, and it was available to anybody who did. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Councillor Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard from a few residents their concern about the clearing of trees. I'm wondering if staff could remind the committee and the public about the policy around that and how tree clearing is determined and what's acceptable and what isn't. And just one more layer to that, which is, are climate considerations taken into account, the sequestration of carbon in the trees that are cleared? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the way the tree bylaw applies to the removal of trees on residential lots is if the lot is occupied by a dwelling, a tree can be removed without a tree permit. So there is a fairly limited application of the tree to existing lots that are occupied by a dwelling, and there is not there is consideration within the bylaw, and it is acknowledged in the beginning of the bylaw, some of the objectives of having a tree bylaw, one of which I believe is to address the influence of climate change. But it doesn't get into the details of carbon sequestering and that sort of thing.
And to clarify that, are all trees treated the same if it's a new plant versus a mature tree, etc.? Like, is it just a tree as a tree, or are different trees treated differently within the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The tree bylaw acknowledges distinctive trees, but it does not, it applies to all trees having a diameter of 15 centimeters at breast height, and anything smaller is not subject to the tree bylaw, but everything larger is, regardless of how big it is beyond that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Through you. Just one point of clarification then about the tree bylaw. So if someone buys a house, but then they tear down the house to build a new house on that same lot, does that mean that our tree conservation bylaw does not apply?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to check the language in the bylaw because I believe it says that you are not required to get a tree permit to remove a tree if the lot is occupied by a dwelling. So it would come down to a question of timing. If the dwelling is removed with the demo permit and then someone comes in and applies for a tree permit to remove the trees, we may not have, or we may be able to subject them to a tree permit, but if they remove the trees before they demo the dwelling, then they may be able to get through the tree bylaw without a permit.
You revealed a loophole. And my second question is, I know that the days, and this might be better for Mr. Jim Keach to address in writing later, but I know that the Days Road pumping station is going to be renovated, right, upgraded. It's a big part of the 2019 budget at Utilities Kingston. And I just wonder, like, is that going to improve the water situation in Reddingdale? And I don't know if that's beyond the scope of what the working group looked at, but since we have seen so many Service Master vehicles on Park Crescent over the last couple of summers, I just wondered if that's supposed to help the situation.
Mr. Chair, the work that was conducted as part of this review was solely to look at zoning bylaw amendments and urban design guidelines. Servicing type considerations were not part of this work.
Thank you. Any further committee questions? Seeing none, again, if you could take the chair.
I recognize you.
Thank you very much. We've all received, this is one of those projects that's really good for engaging the community. We've received lots of letters, and I have to say the vast majority of letters that I've read have been from residents in support of this, and I think it's now 2 or 3 letters in opposition, and they're primarily from people who have plans of development. So I'm going to ask a question in just a little while about that and the process going forward if we do in fact, have a comprehensive plan that we want to endorse. One of the letters brought up the whole topic of, there's a thing called PPS, which is Provincial Policy Statement. And it's something that's, the province is really, really keen on telling, not asking, but telling communities that they have to abide by the provincial policy statement. And one of my frustrations is every development that ever comes in talks about, the PPS says intensification, and this is intensification. I want to ask one of our planners, a large estate home on a suburban large lot, would that be considered good intensification and fit the intent of the PPS for intensification?
So thank you, and through you, the provincial policy statement definitely speaks to intensification and smart growth being one of its key principles amongst many other considerations. And really what it speaks to is communities needing to have a certain amount of housing stock, and the way they go about managing their growth, specifically pointing to a desire to look to growing within before they're growing out, and expanding services, the boundary, all of those types of things. So when it looks at intensification, it looks at a community achieving it from a balanced perspective, ideally, is what's talked about at the provincial level from a high level perspective. And then you need to look at what our official plan says. So our official plan does acknowledge that we do want to achieve a percentage of our growth by way of infill, and that we want to keep our urban boundary where it is. And in order to do that, we have to make sure that we're utilizing the lands within the boundary to the best possible ability, but that doesn't mean at the expense of other key things that you take into consideration from a planning perspective. So it's not intensification, yes or no. There's varying shades of intensification, and there's varying levels of where something like adding a secondary unit is also considered intensification. So there's a variety of types. The context is important. Our plan gives direction to intensification in certain areas, but what it does say about residential areas in general is that they're to remain stable over time, which means they can have moderate changes from infill as long as they're done in an appropriate, compatible way. So certainly an estate lot, from an overall planning perspective, is not considered to be the most efficient use of land anymore, and the provincial policy actually gives direction to get away from forms of development of that nature and looking to things that are more compact within an urban structure, keeping into consideration the pieces I've said about compatibility and balance.
And a quick question, I believe, for Mr. Newman. I believe our official plan as it now exists talks about stable neighborhoods. Would Redendale be considered a stable neighborhood?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I think it would. The criteria or the characteristics of a stable area are outlined in the official plan. I don't have them memorized, but I think you would find that what you see in Redendale meets many of those characteristics.
Yeah, and one of the things related to stable neighborhoods in our official plan is that we look for compatible development within that stable neighborhood. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, and through you, yes, you're correct. So the compatibility is a key test associated with any land use decision, and compatibility is defined as the ability of things to coexist. They don't have to be the exact same or replication, but there has to be a harmonious relationship.
Thank you very much. And my last question, being a policy wonk, is a policy question. I'm not trying to lower expectations, but when will the comprehensive plan with recommendations be coming back to planning? And the reason I ask is that I think it's important that that happens sooner rather than later. Is there a timeline on this?
Thank you, and through you, we do intend to bring back a comprehensive report back to Planning Committee in spring. We are aiming April, but I don't want to promise, but we do want to bring back a report as soon as possible. Thank you.
And the reason that question is critically important is the realistic expectations. The Planning Act says anything that's deemed a complete application has to be considered under the existing zoning. So it's important that we get a comprehensive report back in a really timely fashion and that council addresses that. Because otherwise, and this has happened in all kinds of other rezoning. The Williamsville Corridor Plan, for instance, the rezoning of that, there were a number of developments that went in under the previous zoning. And so that created some frustration within the community saying, well, that doesn't meet our zoning, and it's because the application came in under the previous zoning. So just to give a realistic expectation for this. So I'm done.
Yield the chair to you.
Thank you very much. For members of the committee, seeing none, I declare this public meeting completed. We're going to take a very short recess. So to allow people to leave who wish to leave, and in about 2 or 3 minutes, we'll reconvene. Some of us are tap dancing, so thank you very much. I see our other 2 members on their way in, so I will call the formal meeting to order, Planning Committee number 07-2019. So I will call the meeting to order. I need a mover and a shaker for the approval of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Thank you, Councillor Sanik. All those in favor? Carried. And this, I'm sorry, that included the addendum. We all knew that, right? Thank you. Confirmation of minutes from our February 21st meeting. We've all received them. Thank you, Councillor Sanik. Thank you, Councillor Kiley. All those in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none. Delegations. We have none. Briefings, we have none. I have a very brief formal business announcement. This portion of the meeting is open to the public. The city has initiated a new process in which members of the public will have the opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes on comprehensive reports presented before the Planning Committee. Those wishing to provide oral comments at this meeting will be invited to do so. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the local planning appeal tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Kingston before the bylaw is passed, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. We just have the one issue before us, which is, I seem to have lost it on my screen, is the Graceland proposal. I will reboot this so I have it in front of me. But our planner will speak to it.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of Planning Committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Lindsay Lambert, and I'm a planner with the City's Planning Services Department. And I'm here this evening to present the staff recommendation for applications for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for a site municipally known as 655 Graceland Avenue. Just like to mention that we have Miss Nancy Dion of Ainley Group, the applicant's consultant here this evening. In terms of the purpose and effect of the applications, it is to facilitate the future development of a residential subdivision consisting of 45 single detached lots, 1 stormwater management block, 1 park block, and 1 walkway block. This is a slide of showing the location of the site and its context. It's approximately 5.6 hectares in size. It's located in the city's west end within the Collins Bay Ridge district, north of Bath Road, as well as the CN Rail main line, east and south of the existing Forest Hill neighborhood, and west of Bay Ridge Drive. So this slide shows the official plan designation of the site and its surroundings. The yellow denotes the residential land use designation. And based on the data submission of the applications, the consideration of the proposal falls under the June 1st, 2013 consolidation of the 2010 official plan. The site is designated residential, as I mentioned, and that designation goes back to prior to amalgamation with the former Kingston Township official plan. Other official plan mapping confirms that the only natural heritage features of the site are some areas of contributory woodland. Upon review, the CRCA was satisfied that the general approach to tree preservation as shown in the submitted tree inventory and preservation plan was consistent with an approach to preserving some of that contributory woodland. In terms of the existing zoning, the site falls under currently the Development D zone of zoning bylaw 7626. And this zone permits only an existing single-family dwelling, as well as a cemetery, church, a farm, a community center, or public use. Sorry about the faintness of this slide. It shows the proposed draft plan of subdivision. It's included in the package of the agenda as Exhibit G on page 316. The initial proposal proposed a total of 53 lots, and that was revised through the technical review of the applications to what it presently proposes, which is a total of 45 single-unit lots. At the top left-hand corner of the site is the proposed 0.18 hectare park, which would add to the existing Forest Hill neighborhood park in the area. And at the bottom right is a proposed stormwater management block, which will contain a stormwater management pond to address the quantity and quality of stormwater flows drained for the site. There's also a walkway block proposed that would connect to an existing block that was dedicated to the city as a walkway block, bringing walkers up to Forest Hill Drive East and within walking distance to access Bay Ridge Drive, which is an arterial road. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the provincial policy statement and the official plan through the an appropriate residential infill of vacant, underutilized parcel within the city's urban boundary that will make efficient use of available existing infrastructure, both water and sanitary services, and is supportive of investments in public transit. The proposed density balances the city's objectives for residential intensification, ensuring compatibility with the existing surrounding established built form of the area, and implementing appropriate standards that respect and protect the CN Rail main line. The slide provides a list of the supporting studies that were prepared and submitted in support of the applications. And the recommendations of these studies have been incorporated into the recommendation of staff in terms of the zoning provisions for the subdivision, as well as the draft plan conditions, which are part of the exhibits to the staff report. And the recommendations will also be carried forward in terms of the detailed design of the subdivision and the subdivision agreement and list of approved plans that'll be registered on title. A traffic impact study was not required for this proposal, given the limited scale of the proposed subdivision, and it was assessed as not having any adverse impacts on the adjacent road network and not requiring any upgrades to maintain a satisfactory level of service in the area. This slide is the proposed zoning Schedule A to rezone the property. The area of the hatched lines would be rezoned to a site-specific R176 zone, the residential type 1 zone, which matches the parent zone of the surrounding neighborhood. And then in the gray, you can better see the proposed park block at the top left-hand corner, as well as the stormwater management park block in the bottom right-hand corner, which are proposed to be rezoned to a site-specific open space zone. Staff have recommended a holding provision be added to the recommended zoning, and this is an added layer of protection that's available through Section 6 of the zoning bylaw to ensure that the future detailed design of the subdivision meets all city requirements and that we have appropriate securities in hand and an appropriate subdivision agreement moving forward for the development. Secondary suites, second residential units was mentioned in the previous presentation. It's anticipated that the permissions for second residential units are going to be widened in the coming months to be in accordance with provincial requirements. This area of the city is not identified as a surfacing constraint area, and so it's possible that the timing could align to permit some of the lots to be developed with purpose-built secondary suites, or over time to be retrofitted to accommodate a secondary residential unit. And this would add to the affordability element within this neighborhood and is adjacent, as I mentioned, to express transit. This is a table providing a summary of the parent zone requirements of the R1 zone and the proposed zoning performance standards that staff are recommending for the proposed subdivision. And staff have used the opportunity for the site-specific zone to incorporate some additional standards around things like maximum front yard depth, garage location, driveway width, and the relationship of the main entry feature in relation to the garage location, just to provide for an enhanced streetscape for the subdivision. This slide details the current zoning requirements as far as proximity to the CN Railway. And the current standards allow for the minimum 120 meter distance to be reduced to 30 meters, subject to a safety berm being installed. And staff have replicated that zoning standard into the recommended zone. This is a summary of the zoning provisions, and we've added them into the actual zoning regulations to provide for better enforcement as to the expectation of the safety standards that will be required for the subdivision. So at the 30-meter setback, a safety berm will be required to be installed with side slopes at a certain standard of no steeper than 2.5 to 1. An acoustic fence will also be required, addressing the recommendations of the noise study, and a chain link fence. And so the first bullet point I failed to reference, but it will prohibit any residential buildings within 30 meters of the CN rail right-of-way. This is a cross-section that's been provided of a typical lot, lot 20, showing the nature of the grading of the area, the location of the acoustic barrier in this location with the safety berm, and the 30-meter setback from the CN rail right-of-way. As I mentioned, the park block, the walkway block, and the stormwater management block are recommended to be rezoned to a site-specific open space zone that would permit a park, basically the uses intended for those blocks, as well as general public use permission. Staff have received a number of pieces of correspondence throughout the technical review of these applications, and have addressed them all within the staff report. These bullet points kind of represent the general themes of the areas of concern that have been brought forward by the public. In terms of natural heritage, there were concerns around significant wildlife within the area. The proponent did respond by having ecological services prepare a brief to speak to wildlife, and they concluded that the impact of the proposed subdivision would not negatively impact the white-tailed deer as an abundant species within the area. The CRCA reviewed that correspondence in that report and concurred with the findings. In terms of the woodlands in the area, the tree preservation plan documents the areas of trees that will be preserved through the proposed subdivision, and the applicant has been informed, and it's required through the draft plan conditions, that they'll need to update the tree inventory preservation plan as part of the final plan of subdivision process. In terms of the street connection, residents of Forest Hill Drive West, some of them indicated a displeasure with the idea of connecting the road network in that location. Staff also received comments in favor of the connection, as it would provide a secondary means of access and egress to an area that's currently a dead end. And staff generally see efficiencies in providing for that and supporting that connection in terms of servicing and future maintenance. Construction activity is generally a given when you're proposing infill residential development within an established neighborhood. The applicant will be required to abide by the city's noise bylaw in relation to their construction activities should the subdivision be approved. In terms of property values, that generally is not a consideration of the land use planning process, and staff have not addressed that comment. Safety, the recommendation has been crafted to meet CN rail requirements as well as Ministry of Environment requirements in terms of the noise and safety considerations of the CN Rail main lane. Staff received comments requesting a further reduction of the proposed density of the subdivision. Staff are quite confident that the proposed density strikes an appropriate balance for the area and the interest in providing for intensification in the urban boundary. I addressed traffic previously in the presentation, indicating that a traffic impact study was not required as part of the development, given the small scale and the assessment that the proposal would not generate the need for improvements to the local road network. We also received concerns around the proposed walkway connection, as it would introduce walkers to the abutting lands to established residential lots. And as previously noted, this walkway connection is a very important component of the subdivision to support provincial and local land use planning objectives in supporting active transportation in the area and public transit. Without the connection, the existing walkway that the city recently acquired would continue to be a dead end and would not be an efficient use of city-owned lands. So in terms of the staff recommendation, in summary, the proposed draft plan of subdivision represents appropriate infill. It contributes to increasing the total residential density by utilizing vacant, underutilized service site within the urban boundary. The proposed applications are consistent with the PPS and the official plan and constitutes good land use planning, and staff recommend approval of the applications. In terms of next steps, if these applications are approved, a notice of passing and notice of decision will be issued in accordance with the Planning Act, and as stipulated in the draft plan conditions, the property owner has 3 years from the date of council approval to obtain approval from the municipality for a final plan of subdivision application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you speak very quickly to the circulation? Did you mention that at the beginning? Was there notice given of this comprehensive recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A notice of regular meeting was sent out 20 days in advance to all members of the public who had spoken at previous public meetings, as well as who had provided written correspondence.
Great.
Those who had signed in on the public sign-in sheets, as well as the 120-meter radius from the subject site.
Thank you very much. So we'll turn to the committee first, and then we'll open it up for public comments. Yes, questions? Yes, Councillor Sanik.
Thank you very much, Chair. This application's been going on for several years now, and I'm the district councillor, so I do have some questions that have been sent to me and also from reviewing the application. So what I've heard from the proponent is that with the berm and the fence, it would be about 18 feet tall. And I just wondered, like I Googled how high a 2-story house is, and it's about 18 feet, but we're gonna be going up a hill. So I just wondered if, Ms. Lambert, if the 18-foot high berm with fence, is that supposed to be as high as like the 2nd story of the homes to give some protection for the railway track noise to the bedrooms where people are sleeping? Do you know if that's why it's supposed to be 18 feet tall? Because the house, I think, will still be taller because it's on a hill than what's below at the berm and the fence.
Through you, Mr. Chair. certainly not expert, but my reading of the reports and information, I think the proposed heights are deemed satisfactory based on the way that noise travels, and there will also be warning clauses built into any agreements of purchase and sale, speaking to the requirement for air conditioning to allow for windows to be closed to provide additional barrier to noise.
Thank you. Question is, for the stormwater management pond, who will be maintaining that? Is that Public Works that takes that over? And are there plans about how the stormwater management pond will form? Is it going to stay the way it is, or are the trees around the stormwater management pond going to be cut down? And is there going to build a pathway? Are there any plans for what the stormwater management pond is going to look like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are at the draft plan stage, so it's fairly conceptual at this stage. The final plan will be the point in time where the applicant and staff would engage in the review of the detailed design of the proposed stormwater management block. It is, as part of the final plan process, dedicated to the city. And so I believe the engineering department undertakes regular routine of inspections of the stormwater management ponds that have been taken over by the city for maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That right now we're just asking questions. We'll do comments and everything at the end, so I'll just continue on with my next question. For the proposed park at lot number 46, it looks like, according to our draft plan, that there's a fence being proposed from the backyard of the home at Forest Hill West to the end, which would be north, up to, the backyard of Lincoln Drive, that there's a fence there. And I just wondered if we could eliminate the fence, because then that makes the woodland that right now exists, they call it Forest Hill Woods, right? That's right behind Forest Hill. That makes that woodland landlocked, because the only entrance into Forest Hill Woods now is from Forest Hill West. And I just don't see, if this is going to be a park here, why we would want a fence there when this is the woods and this is the new park. Wouldn't we want to have it flow, and then any wildlife there, can use the park as an expanded woods? I just don't see the purpose of having the fence in what's going to be public open space, and the woods right now being public open space. So when we get to the final draft of subdivision, if we could think about maybe removing the fence there just to give it more space. There is a trail going through the woods, so anyone who goes through that trail then will be dead-ended. If there is a fence, they won't be able to go to the park, where there's probably one day going to be a swing set. As far as I can tell, 46 is the park space, and I know that this is woods here. So that was just my comment about that. Or if you're saying I'm totally mixed up, that's okay too, to let me know right now.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, staff will certainly take that and make note of it. I went through and reviewed the minutes from the previous public meeting where you had spoken to a desire to have the park left as wooded as possible, and so I'll just add that to the notations around how parks development addresses the development of the park, and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you much. Okay, so then if we get into, through you, Mr. Chair, if we get into the tree preservation plan, in our tree plan, there's 792 trees, when this was done a few years ago. And at the time, they were saying 645 trees out of the 792 were possibly suitable for preservation. So what I heard tonight is that we still don't have the final plan. Like, we still don't know how many of the trees that were deemed possibly for preservation will actually be preserved then. Is that correct? Like, we don't know tonight. So if I said, if what did we call them, Mr. Long, the Scott Pines. If the Scott Pines where the turkey vultures are all of them going to be preserved? Tonight, we still don't know that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Some of our technical reviewers noted the date of the tree preservation plan and provided technical comments requiring the update of that plan through the final plan process to ensure consistency in terms of the ratio of tree preservation. So, for example, the CRCA wants to see an updated tree preservation plan through the final plan process to ensure that the commitment to tree preservation continues through the detailed design.
Okay, that's it to me. And in my comments, I'll make some comments about what trees would be really good to make sure they do get preserved. I had one question sent to me, and I gave him the answer, and I just want to verify the answer. If when the subdivision starts to be built, and if the developer decides that he wants to change some of the homes into townhomes, that would then trigger a new process, wouldn't it be? It would be then medium density, and then they would have to, the proponent would have to come back to planning committee because that would require a zoning change. Is that true? I just want to confirm that. Because right now they are single-family homes on detached lots.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the proposal to go to a medium density land use would trigger a zoning bylaw amendment and would likely be considered a substantive change to the draft plan, which would open up that process as well.
That's great. For now, I'll leave it at that because I just asked a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I recognize the next speaker, we're getting close to 10:45. Our bylaw says we need a motion and a vote to extend to the completion of the agenda. Councillor Hill and Councillor Asanik, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
I'm new to this, so I'm looking at number 21, the CN rail requirements. And are we building on CN rail land? Like, I don't understand why there are CN rail requirements. Is that just because we abut CN rail land?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. There are standard zoning requirements for lands that abut the CN rail mainline corridor that are currently in zoning bylaw 7626.
Okay. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sure Councillor Osanich is looking forward to the number of calls that we're going to get about train whistles. I know that I'm getting them already from Canatera Court. So it just, and I know that there'll be some kind of an insert, I suppose, into the mortgage or agreement for sale that talks about the fact that there's going to be disruption from train whistles, et cetera. At the same time, I'm sort of a mind that, like, this isn't. I know we're looking to try and manage and promote infill and to make best use of the available land that we have. But I think typically people purchase homes without really thinking through some of those kinds of things. You know, I live in the airport district, for example, and after someone's purchased a home that has a reminder that you're living on a runway, pathway or whatever, it's not a big deal till they move in, right? And then when they move in, all of a sudden it's a huge issue. It just seems to me like this area is, despite the fact that it's available land for development, it just doesn't seem like a very appropriate place for good, healthy living in that kind of a circumstance. So I struggle with the whole concept of building along the tracks like that. I guess that's a comment, and I shouldn't be doing that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you to rephrase that as a question, but that's okay. Other comments or questions? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I also had questions regarding backing onto the railroad tracks, and removing all that forested area will actually create more noise further up. Why would we be willing to consider the 30 meters versus the 100 meters? And would be my first question. Why would we even entertain that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the CN rail requirements allow for the reduction in the minimum setback when there is an opportunity to implement the safety berm.
My question, I guess, be more specifically, why would we choose the lower standard when we can say, no, it's 100 meters, change your lot plan? Do we have that authority as planners? Can we say, no, we want the 100 meters and that's it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe so when it's technically possible to install the safety berm, and we've had recent approvals, for example, 700 Gardners Road, which would implement the same sort of built form relationship in relation to the CN rail line.
That's fine. You also mentioned that they did an environmental assessment with I can't remember the landscape. What was it called? The company you dealt with. I can't remember my own writing. I got my glasses on. There was white-tailed deer in the area, and I was wondering if it wintered there over the winter, or if they're just transitional. The deer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't recall that sort of notation within the report. The report did indicate that the species, like it didn't meet the provincial requirements for it to be considered significant.
Sure.
Wildlife habitat.
Yeah, and so it was Ecological Services that did the report. Is that a company that was hired by the property owner, or is that someone that was hired by us as a consultant by the City of Kingston?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was in response, it was a company that was hired by the proponent in response to comments received at the 2013 public meeting from residents around wildlife habitat in the area.
And has that been peer reviewed by anybody?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the CRCA, the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority, reviewed the report and provided comments and advice to the city on the matter.
And then I do understand the frustration that some of the residents would have with the extension of the road coming from a cul-de-sac now being to a throughway, because people have bought those homes some 20 years ago, and you just have to look at Catwoods Drive and realize the problems that creates when you create a thoroughway when you think you bought a home, your dream home, and it's on a cul-de-sac. So I don't know if that could be addressed, but I think it's probably designed to have the road go right through. Is that what the original plan was on the Forest Ridge Drive? Was that the original intent when that subdivision was planned?
Through you, I can't speak to intent, but.
And then my final question is, understanding that myself and other councillors has a concern about the property along the railroad, would the proponent consider having the parkland along the back where the railroad is rather than up in that little corner? And the parkland that's been proposed, is that the minimum standard, or is that anything above the minimum standard?
Through you, Mr. The proposed location of the park was through consultation with the city's Parks Department, through a desire to expand the footprint of the existing park. The amount of parkland dedication, it was reviewed that these lands had previously provided parkland dedication to a certain amount, and so the amount that they're required to provide through this application was reduced somewhat, but is still in accordance with the 5% minimum required through the Planning Act over time as you review how much parkland has been dedicated through the development of these lands through the various iterations.
So it's at the 5% minimum, or is it less than the 5% minimum?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was discovered that the lands were part of a previous larger holding, a subdivision that was developed, and so there was parkland dedication at that time. And so our Parks Department went through that information in detail, to ensure that the parkland being dedicated through this application would satisfy overall the 5% that they're required to provide.
It's supposed to be very specific. Of the parcel that's looking to be developed, the parkland represents what percentage of the development?
I don't have the percentage. It's a 0.18 hectare block out of a approximately 5.6 hectare parcel.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Kiley.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Hope to talk briefly about access transit and the report finds that it is within walking to an express route on Drive. Do you know the distance really from the proposed to the nearest stop?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the exact distance. I believe there is a stop on the west side of Bay Ridge Drive at the intersection of Hudson Drive, I believe.
Thank you, and answered my next question, which was if residents would have to cross Bay Ridge Drive to get easy access to the transit, but obviously not. So thank you.
Thank you. Any for Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Mr. I have some serious problems with the densities proposed. The densities are already pretty low.
Excuse me, did question?
Yep,
If
I'll
this
get
is a
to the
comment,
question.
we can
Yep,
do it later.
We'll get there.
Thank you.
It says, I just want to be sure I understand what we're saying here. It says that section 2.4.3A establishes an overall targeted 22 dwelling units per net hectare. The proposal is 12.4 units per net hectare. And then talks about the lot sizes, some of which was commented over here. Further down, it says, just one second, that section 2.4.5, that there's the intent to increase the overall urban residential density from 2010 density of 21.6 units per hectare to 23.5 units per net hectare. I take it there's a net missing there. So either way you measure with the, it seems to me, I'm asking you to tell me that this is page 8 of 26, starting in the second paragraph. I say that because you're looking for it there. So either measure is that this proposal says it's going to have the number of units will be, I don't know, 55%, or rather 45%. No, 55% of what is proposed. I haven't figured it out. The question is, can you explain which measure we're using for what is already there, the 22 or the 23 and a half? That's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the official plan establishes the density target for built-up areas and infill projects such as this at the 22 units per net hectare. The plan also provides for exceptions to that, where in the interest of land use compatibility, there can be variability to that density target. And I'd also like to add that the constraint of the site in terms of the CN rail main line and the minimum setback required does factor into resulting at a lower actual density than would be the case if that constraint was not in place.
It's the reasons that are report, and you're repeating them to me, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe I've
Yes,
summarized.
yes, it's fine, yeah, yeah. So, okay. I won't say anything else yet, but when comments come, I've got plenty to say.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Yes, Councillor Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify one thing from our diagram. It was emailed to me. So there is a big power line that goes through this new subdivision. And when I look at the legend, it looks like there's a second big power line that goes through the subdivision. And so it looks like what's hit really hard with the power lines are lots 20, 21, 22, and then 33. That's up to the north on Graceland. So that's true, eh? Those big hydro wires, like for Forest Hill, where they have the hydro wires, there's actually no home under them. It sort of goes between two lots. But for these big lines of hydro wires, like they go diagonally across, so someone could have their house built right underneath the hydro lines, or like their power transmission, as far as my understanding was that someone had emailed me. So are we aware of that and health concerns? I don't know, like, they just totally bisect, like we're not going parallel. Like when the one up here comes up to Forest Hill, the lots bisect, but here we're just going right across the lots. So I just wanted to verify if that's what I'm actually seeing in the subdivision plan.
Through you, Mayor, the conflicts in terms of the hydro infrastructure was identified through the technical review of the applications with the applicant, and there will be some adjustments required to those easements and the locations of them to facilitate the proposed draft plan as it's shown.
Thank you. And just to follow up, this is the last time our hears this, right? Because when it goes to draft plan of subdivision, it doesn't come back to planning committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through our delegated authority bylaw, upon receipt of a final plan of subdivision application, staff would issue out a council circulation of it and provide an opportunity to receive comments on the application, as well as an opportunity for a member of council to request a bump up of the application such that the review of it and the approval would come back to planning committee and council.
Oh, sort of what we just did with Avenue last week. Okay, that's good. And so there's an opportunity to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands from the committee, I'll now open it up for the public. I just want to mention a couple of the parameters. 5 minutes, identify yourself by name and by address. And under the Planning Act, and under our rules, we should be addressing land use planning issues, zoning, that includes also includes official plan. I recognized in some of the letters that there were issues that aren't land use issues. So I just really suggest that we stay focused on that, if you would. Thank you. And I'll recognize the lady on my right first.
Okay. Thank God. Okay, good evening. For the third time, I wish to express my objection to this proposed zone amendment and subdivision plan. My name is Agnes Roberts. I have been a taxpayer in Kingston with my late husband for almost 30 years. I am the owner of the property at 499 Forest Hill Drive East, where I have lived for all of these years. My first concern deals not with the actual request itself, but with the promotional activities of the developer, which started at the end of last year, supposedly before the planning department had reached a decision. Billboards advertising the project were erected on Bay Ridge Drive and on Bath Road. Promotional material provided by the realtor showed a site plan with one site already sold, lot prices, which are unreal. I include copies of this material with this submission. Some of us residents have received, by registered mail, documents drawing our attention to the boundary lines of the various properties, seeking corrections if necessary. All of this activity seemingly indicates that the developer already has received some prior approval from the city to move forward with his plans. If so, then this meeting is a sham, and City Council should be ashamed. There is already in the community as a whole a feeling that developers are a privileged breed. This activity does nothing to allay that fear. If there has not been prior approval, then this activity is an attempt by the developer to manipulate the present residents to consider the value of their own properties in relation to the inflated values placed by the realtor on the lots offered for sale. For example, the lots directly behind mine are being offered at prices between $220,000 and $240,000. Am I then to assume that the value of mine has escalated proportionally? I think not. If these lots come on the market, the real market value will prevail. What buyer will pay $250,000 for a piece of land a mere 30 meters from a freight railway line? This is nothing but a con game.
I'm sorry, with all due respect, if we could talk about land use and marketing and price are not a consideration for a planning approval. Thank you.
Well, I'm talking then about my concerns about possible derailments, though the planning department don't seem to think it's an issue and have not sought any input from emergency services. They say in the report that it was not necessary. This despite the inaccessibility of this site. Last week there was a freight train stopped or stalled on this piece of tract. I checked on its length. It started beyond the railway crossing at the junction of Bath Road and Collins Bay Road, extended the length of Bath Road, past the locale in question, past Days Road, over the bridge at Gardner's Road and beyond that. I don't know how far. Unfortunately, train derailments are becoming more frequent, as we have just experienced in the last few weeks. Reports coming from these accidents are indicating that air brakes do not always function well in cold weather. It should be noted that the placement of the properties meet only the minimum CN standards, 30 meters from the railroad property. Condoning the building of homes so close to an extremely busy freight line is a retrograde step. It takes us back to the 19th century when proximity to the railroad was a necessity. We should be moving Kingston into the 21st century where quality of life is prime importance. We are told that this project will have
30 seconds, please.
a shortage of housing. It must be a dire situation indeed if building 12 homes practically on top of the tracks is considered an acceptable solution. I'm also including some excerpts from guidelines for new development in proximity to railway operations, which do not seem to have been considered. I refer you again to the path which City has just purchased to provide the developer with access to Forest Hill Drive East and hence to Bay Ridge Drive. Again, another example of developers' needs versus the rights.
Thank you very much. We've gone. a fair bit over our time now, so thank you very much. Anything that you haven't had an opportunity to say,
Again,
please,
we don't get time to express our views.
please leave that with our planners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff for presentation and the good questions so far and the last speaker's input. So I don't live in the area, and I do have a number of concerns with it, and I think what I'm going to do is go to my conclusion at the start. Because of the length of time since the last appearance of this project, the fact that it's on the previous OP, and we have new council, I would advocate a deferral of this recommendation tonight until there's a chance to examine the many points that have been raised in more detail. So I'm actually sort of supportive in principle of it, but again, I don't live there. There's a number of questions on the distance from the rail line. Looking at the diagram, are those distances in meters with the CN line at the bottom of the page, and then the houses to be built near the frontage of what is Street A on the diagram? That's not named yet. That's the closest approximation or closest area to the rail line. So those, are they in meters? That's one question. I think all things considered, it's a very efficient use of the space, the orientation of the land. So I'm a bit concerned here about the power lines, as was raised by a member of the committee. So I'm wondering, just on some details on the streets, we're going to be coming into this from the west off Forest Hill Drive West. And then you're going to be kind of going around, and then you're going to connect to Forest Hill Drive East. Is that going to be part of Forest Hill Drive on the north segment? You got a new street that's going to be coming on the south part, Street A, and then Graceland Avenue is going to connect through to Street A, right, with the same names. Just with the stormwater management zone on the southeast of the property, does the land drain in that direction? If it does, it looks like it's a reasonable location for that, and I'm wondering if maybe you could build some park in and around that location as part of the development. I wanted to just clarify something that was presented by Ms. Lambert. Looking at, I guess it's block 48, which is a sliver just off the northern part of Street A. That's a walkway, right, that's going to go through to Forest Hill Drive East. Is that accurate? So that's a good design. It enables access for pedestrians and cyclists. Now, I want to address something that was raised by Councillor Hutchison when he's talking about the density. I think he's right on the mark there. What I'm wondering, this is just a sort of a quick suggestion, is if the increased density could be attained maybe by going to a duplex style of house, which would approximately double the density up to the suggested level, according to the official plan. Okay. And what else do I have to say? I do want to point out one thing, this on page 295, which is the overall map, is that it's an overpass on Bay Ridge Drive, right? That's not clear from the map. Go through there regularly, so. And the transit points, as raised by Councillor Cowley, I think are important because it is a fair distance away from express transit, and sure, the local transit.
30 seconds,
Thank
please.
you. And then my point is, may take input on the naming of Street A if the project goes ahead. So I'm going to offer my input now that it be named to honor Jana Hefford, who is a member of the Kingston community, great hockey player, now a member of the Kingston Hall of Fame, the Hockey Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? If you wish to just move to a microphone, that would be great. Yes. And if you just push the button? Yes, you're now
Yes, on Forest Hill Drive East. My name is Don Carlisle. I'm just inquiring, who's the developer of this property? Oh, it's just a number company. I just wonder what specifics do they have for homes are going to be built on there? Are they any specifications? What size, elevation?
It's a company, but that's allowed.
Pardon?
It's a numbered company, but that's allowed.
Are the homes?
I'll allow them. It's
Pardon?
getting late. I shouldn't be answering your questions. We shouldn't be in a dialogue. The planner will answer all of your questions.
Are the homes going to be 2 stories, single dwelling?
And they'll be answered in their totality after all of the questions have been asked by all of the public.
Okay.
That's the process. Right. So, thank you.
My name's Long, 606 Forest Hill Drive. I want to thank the council for what they've done with this climate legislation that you passed about 2 weeks ago. Excellent. My concerns is the wildlife. What is going to happen with the turkey buzzards? Now, Shauna Cunningham on CKWS TV reported to Bill Hutchins last April about these turkey buzzards flying around, drifting in the sky. It was beautiful. My wife said, she must live in our neighborhood. So my question is, you've had an arborist or an environmentalist come in. The high pine trees running from Graceland south towards the railway tracks, where we believe these wild turkey buzzards are nesting, will they be cut down or will they be saved? Now, there was a councillor here that wanted a park along the burn, and maybe he might be thinking of getting rid of the other land, maybe for a lot. He would have, if they put a house in there, they'd have to take down about 70 trees. It's heavily wooded there. And I'm not sure just what, we have in that Forest Hill Woods, we have trilliums. I think we have about 27. I sent it to the Forest Department about 5 years ago. There was 3 neighbors that did a survey. But we got trilliums, lily of the valley. But anyways, my only question is, are they going to clear cut those pine trees down and get rid of the wild turkey buzzards? Because they come every spring to nest up there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Some of the questions we've heard, such as the one we just heard, are actually site plan questions, and we have an opportunity, and I saw your district councillor looking gleeful when she heard that we could bump up site plan. And those considerations would have another public meeting opportunity to come through planning. So seeing no further questions, I'll give you the opportunity to answer.
Thank you to the members who are still here this evening to provide their public comments on this application. I appreciate the comments. In terms of the proposed relationship of the CN Rail main line to the residential development, staff feel that the recommended provisions are modern and appropriate and have been replicated for other recent approvals within the municipality. In terms of street naming and whether or not the connection of the 2 stubs of Forest Hill will also be continued to be named Forest Hill Drive. And as far as the proposed name of the new Street A, those will all be considered through the detailed design review to ensure that street naming is in accordance with the city's civic addressing bylaw. It's correct that Block 48 is proposed as a walkway connecting to a walkway block that inadvertently was not dedicated to the former Kingston Township at the time. Through the technical review of this application, we contacted that former developer, arranged for that block to be dedicated to the city, and we also received funding to ensure that the walkway portion would be upgraded to city standards in terms of chain link fencing and appropriate pavement. In terms of a more intense form of land use, duplex was proposed as a consideration for the subdivision. The area is a low-density, single-family neighborhood. It was important to consider that in terms of the proposed land use of this last remaining parcel of land within the overall Forest Hill neighborhood, and so staff feel it's appropriate in terms of the single unit dwelling land use form, and have mentioned that subject to additional approvals around second residential units, that could become a possibility for this neighborhood, which doesn't increase the density on paper, but on the ground it would allow for that type of intensification to allow a second unit on each of the lots, potentially. There was questions around the height provisions of the lots and whether or not they would be two-story homes. The height recommended through the zoning is comparable to the existing built form in the area, so yes, it would permit for a two-story height. The tree inventory and preservation plan identifies significant areas of tree preservation in the area of Graceland Avenue, which I believe is the area of the pines with the wild turkey nesting. So I believe that that would be accommodated through the proposal. And I think I've covered the main questions and comments.
Thank you very much. If any questions come to mind, feel free to send them to J.C. Thompson, who is our clerk, or our planning director, and they'll be considered as official correspondence. So I'll go back into the committee, and we do have some recommendations, and I just want to be clear about process going forward. I know, with the exception of Lisa and I don't think anybody's gone through the process of turning down a recommendation. First of all, if it's a 3-3 vote, it's defeated, the proposal. If it is defeated, then we will recess and we'll take 10 or 15 minutes, and there's a template that the clerk will help us with this, and you will write down your land use planning reasons for turning it down, and you'll need to reference official plan and zoning or land use in your decision. So that goes forward to council then, and council supports or not whatever our recommendation is. I just want you to be clear so nobody lynches me when I say it's time now for us to recess and write it. a mini report. That's the protocol. So I will now open it up for comments and questions from the committee. Yes, we do indeed need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Councillor Asanik and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hill. So, okay, we're now open for discussion, comments, and amendments. So, yes, Councillor Asanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So this has been a long process going back to 2013. I know that the best use of this space would be to keep it as open space parkland, but it's privately owned, and that's not an option, and it hasn't been an option since what I read in the report amalgamation. Definitely there is never the opportunity that I was ever aware in the last 12 years of being a councillor where the land went up for sale, and I could have tried to have the city buy it to preserve it as public open space going forward forever. So how I could have supported this application would have been if Road A, if we call it an extension of Graceland or whatever the road is going to be named, if it was single loaded. And what that means for, like in development jargon, is if the homes were only on one side of the road and the rest of the road down to the tracks was just left in its natural area. If you counted up the homes, I don't know where I have it written down, it would have eliminated, I think, 12 homes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 15 homes. And to me, that would have been more acceptable as a new area. It still would have left homes up by Lincoln, and we still could have had the Forest Hill go right through from the east to the west and have homes on the backyards of Forest Hill. But like I said, there would have been no homes at all between the new road and the railway tracks. That means we could have left all of the trees, the hydro wires wouldn't, like the big power lines, wouldn't have been so much of a factor. I would have been, like more prone to support the subdivision if it was just that least bit dense. And we left it as a single loaded road. But what we have here is definitely a double loaded road, a lot of homes, and I just think too dense considering the railway track. And Mrs. Roberts made a very good point. Yes, we have that 30-meter buffer between the tracks and the backyards of the properties on the south side of Road A. But that's just a minimum standard, and maybe considering the track and that through there, they're not just going very slowly as they pull into a station. Those trains are going 80 kilometers. I can't remember if it's miles or kilometers per hour that CN gave me, but they're going at full speed along there. And with railway cars over the last 10 years or so, they've gone from, those trains have gone from being 1.5 miles long to 3 miles long. That's how much longer all the trains are nowadays. And also the number of freight trains on our main track, because this is a main track, has increased over the time I've been on council. I got the numbers too from CN. So we're looking at a lot of trains per day and very, very longer trains compared to 10 years ago. And just to have that 30-meter setback from the tracks to where, yes, we will have a berm and an acoustic fence, and it's going to be down below the hill, but I just think that's too close. And again, that would have made more of a case if we could have had a single loaded road as that Road A is. Sorry, for the trees, I'll also send this directly to staff and to our Public Works and our Forestry Department. But if it does get approved and it comes back then for site plan and the tree preservation plan, I'll send the comments to the CRCA that will all be looking at the final version of the tree preservation plan. I want those poplar trees down right on top of the tracks. I want them preserved. We have black walnut trees in there. We have some other more obscure trees that we don't see. Like it is a really good woodland. We don't care about the Manitoba maples or the white ash, but there are some really good diverse trees in there. The black locust, we have American elm, we have some willow trees in there, you know, whatever. They got to be part of the tree preservation plan, and the Norway spruce. And what I think is, like every time I drive by, I try to like look to see where those turkey vultures are every spring. And I think the Norway spruce, or if they are in the pine trees, I think those tall trees, they definitely seem to be in the area of the power lines, which maybe isn't all that good, but I think they, you know, as far as getting electrocuted goes, but that's where the trees, those really tall trees seem to be. And maybe that means we have to give up a couple of lots. And again, if the plan tonight had come back showing that, I'd be more prone to approve it. But since this plan is what we're being asked to approve tonight in this format, I can't approve it. And what Councillor Chappelle was saying at the beginning about if maybe we could have had a wildlife corridor along there, you know, that would have been the best. And it was definitely mentioned at the 2 public meetings we had, but there was no follow through with that, although I do, you know, thank you for that parkland being there that can hopefully extend the woods if we can get rid of that fence. And as far as the deer go, that have been in there with all the activity in there and, you know, just the activity of the land surveyors and this and that over the course of the years, at least the deer have moved on and they're not crossing Bath Road anymore. But so many people sent me pictures of the deer in there, and it is a shame to see that they've moved on, but at least they've moved on before they became landlocked the way that they would be in all the other wildlife right now, since there is going to be the solid fence going right along, and we wouldn't want any wildlife to be right on the tracks. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from the committee? Yes.
This is a quick staff, Mr. Chair, through you. As a new councillor and new member of this committee, I'm still trying to completely understand the process. Councillor Neal, the chair, outlined it. But Ms. Agnew, could you explain once more, if this is rejected tonight, what are the repercussions of that? We have to offer our reasons based on land use planning. And then where does this proposal stand as far as being resubmitted, et cetera? If you could just carry that through for me, that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through, if it is defeated tonight and there's justification, that gets carried through to the next meeting of City Council, and then it's actually, the matter will be debated before all of City Council for a final decision. So depending on whether the full City Council defeats it or supports it, will then determine what happens next. If it's a defeat by all of City Council, the applicant has the ability to appeal Council's decision to the LPAT, and they have 20 days to do that from the time of Council's decision. If the application, whatever's decided, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, so I'm not even making sense. If Council decides to approve it and members of the community are unhappy, they would also have appeal rights to the LPAT, so that's also extended. There's appeal rights for multiple parties. The key thing for members of council to remember is that the changes to the LPAT that took place in 2018 that are now in effect, there's different tests associated with appeal validation. So an appellant has to be able to prove upfront as an appeal validation that whatever the decision was is not in keeping with the provincial policy statement and also not consistent with the city's official plan. And in this case, just to remind the committee, this land has been designated for residential development since pre-amalgamation. So those are the types of things that an LPAT would be reviewing the application against to determine that validation of the appeal and how it would go forward.
Thank you, that's helpful. And if it isn't, it will come back to planning at the site plan stage. And so are some of the suggestions that have been made by other councillors to modify the site, can they be done at that juncture?
So this is a draft plan of subdivision. It's a little bit different than a typical development that may be multi-residential or commercial in nature. So if approved, this becomes an approved draft plan of subdivision. There's conditions associated with that, and those are all outlined in the report. The next step is the applicant has to go away and complete a final plan of subdivision, which takes it to that next level of detailed design from an engineering perspective, surveying, stormwater, all of those pieces. It's a long process. It usually takes people, the minimum I've seen it done is usually about a year. It usually takes people longer than that if there's complicated issues. It depends on the availability of their team and how quickly they work. That information comes back into the city. We go through the technical review process of all of that detailed information, and as part of clearing conditions, so the applicant has to prove that they can clear all the conditions associated with the draft approval before final approval can be granted. If there is a bump up from this committee of the final approval, which is an option, typically as the chief planner for the city, I have delegated approval for plans of subdivision, final plans, unless there is something that council wants to see again. So you would see something coming back to you, which would be a staff recommendation that would have to identify how all of the conditions have been cleared or satisfied, and the feedback that's provided as part of the draft plan approval satisfied through that process, and then you would have the ultimate say about whether the final approval is granted or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I should have mentioned when I talked about process and what our options are, a deferral would be in order. We can only discuss it for time and place, but the person who moves the deferral, and the clerk will correct me, I'm sure if I'm wrong, can defer with some request. And we've heard some recommendations here tonight, and it would mean coming back to look into that. But is that accurate?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Essentially, a committee member could move a deferral with various stipulations, provided that there is a seconder for the deferral. As you indicated, the committee would only be able to discuss the time and place with respect to the motion. However, I would caution that there may be some timelines involved on the planning side of things that perhaps planning staff could speak to, but other than that, the standard process applies.
I'm sorry, did you have any comment about potential deferral before it gets put on the floor? This recommendation isn't time sensitive or anything like that.
Based on the length of time that's lapsed from when this was deemed complete to where we are now, it's surpassed the timelines in the Planning Act. So the applicant has appeal rights already that have been activated.
Okay. Well, thank you for that information. So before we move deferral, if there's anybody who has a comment or a question, now would be to put it on the record. And then that way, if anybody hasn't spoken yet, they'll have an opportunity to. Yes, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. If we were to move a deferral, would it also be useful to ask staff to potentially go back and negotiate with the landowner around the kind of proposal that Councillor Osanich has put forward?
It would be up mover to put the parameters, to lay down the parameters for the rationale. So it might be for consideration of some of the recommendations that came out of the meeting. And then the only thing other people can speak to is time and place.
And just for clarification, I mean, the recommendation that's coming in department here is absolute, meets the requirements of this piece of property. So it's I think what we're looking for is, we recognize that the recommendation is appropriate, but we think that there's a better way to do this, and perhaps through Councillor Osanich's suggestions, which we'd have to frame in the deferral motion, I suppose, we could ask staff at least to explore the possibility of looking at developing it differently. And I suspect that would come with a cost, but to explore that as well.
That's why I'm suggesting that if there are people, if there's an idea that, or a recommendation that the planner, that the proponent you think needs to hear, now would be the time to say it. But because you can't amend a deferral motion except to time and place. So.
So I would like deferral with the, and to request that staff consider negotiating with the landowner to amend the plan to include, what do you call it, a single loaded road, and to explore the cost of securing the land along that borders along the CN rail line for the city.
Mr. Chair, may I just make a comment for a minute?
Yes.
Staff are happy to take the direction of the committee. We're here, we work for council, and certainly because our process includes taking comments right up until the time of a comprehensive report and a decision. The one thing that I would just note is we're happy to go away and try to facilitate some conversations with the applicant. The key thing that the committee has to remember is that staff has now put a recommendation on the floor. So for us, we're happy to have conversations, but if there are matters that from a professional planning standpoint conflict with the opinion we've already put on the table, it could be a little bit challenging. That said, if there's net new considerations beyond what was looked at through this process and we're able to work through some of those issues with the applicant, we are able to do that. What you would see would likely be an appending report that would be supplementary to this report that maybe would have an amended recommendation or some type of, that's typically from a process perspective how it has to be done. I just wanted the committee to understand that because we've officially put a public recommendation on the table, it's on the table.
That information is appreciated. We really need to, rules of order say we should be wandering into debating it. So.
Just a point of...
Yes.
I'm just
Councillor
asking for a
Chappelle.
point of information. It seems like it's convoluted to do a deferral. I know that's still on the floor. We haven't voted on yet because we're getting clarification from staff. If council was to vote this down, does that not put, and then do we each collectively have to write our reasons, or do we do it individually?
I would suggest that if we vote against it, we should, in fact, it should be the collective. We shouldn't say, yes, I'm willing to vote against it. Lisa, please write the report. It needs to be the whole committee, and regardless of how I vote as the chair, I'll be part of that process. So yes, if we vote it down, we do.
So supplemental to that, Mr. Chair, since staff has given a positive proposal, maybe what staff, and I'm just asking for clarification, if our committee voted it down, then staff has something to go back and say, listen, council didn't like it, we recommended it.
Staff, the professional planners are honor bound to say our recommendation is professionally, and therefore they can't turn around and do anything that's contrary to their recommendations, because They're professionals like lawyers and everybody else, and they need to abide by their professional opinion. That's why we need to go outside and hire expensive planners to defend us if we go through the appeal process.
And again, just for point of information, through you, Mr. Chair, what I'm struggling with is I can see the angst of my colleague. I can see the angst of the residents. I can see that there's some issues, but I don't necessarily want to end up in a big legal battle because this was an old subdivision, was planned 30, 40 years ago. So I was just looking to your sage advice, having sat in the chair, on what is best to take place, really, in order to somehow address these concerns.
I've only been in this process once, because it's so seldom that we don't accept a recommendation from our staff. But there is a process that the new LPAT rules demand of us, and that's been defined by the planning department as when we turn down a recommendation, we recess, we develop the rationale for why we said no, and that has to be based solely on land use planning and ROP or existing zoning, because that's all LPAT wants to look at. So, Lisa, you went through it with me. Is that pretty accurate summation?
Yes, didn't realize we had to write it tonight. Had to write it between now and the next council meeting, so it's tonight. Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We've had one before and it was not written that night. I wasn't on the committee, but I
tell
remember.
you one time that I've experienced this, and it was I requested deferring that report. I had just spent 12 hours in the air returning from my sister's funeral, and it was midnight like it is tonight. And frankly, I was in no shape, and I requested if we could postpone it for a week, and that was agreed to. Fairly extraordinary circumstances, I would say. So, but the process is supposed to be at the same time the decision is made. If anybody has a compelling reason otherwise, other than we're really exhausted.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. I was in the of moving a deferral, so I don't know where that.
You absolutely are, and it is getting late.
Okay, so I would like.
So, complete your motion of deferral. Okay. Seek a seconder. I will call a vote.
Okay, so I move that we defer based on information that was tonight and ask staff to explore and report back to us at the next planning committee meeting. And I need a seconder.
Second by Councillor Kiley. Any discussion of time or place, which is the only thing we can now discuss? Seeing none?
That's too close. Next meeting's like a week away.
Our next meeting is only a week away. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry. Just based on the way we write reports, everything's done in advance, so we actually need some time to try to have some discussions.
Okay, so that would be our, not our next meeting, but the following meeting, which would be April 4th. Okay?
We can work to that timeline, sure.
Is that agreeable, friendly amendment? Okay.
I thought you had something to say. I couldn't hear you.
So call the question if there isn't any other discussion about time or place. So I call the question. All those in favor of deferral? Opposed? I'm flying alone again. I'm doing a Councillor Chappelle. So, so it's now been deferred. That means it will come back to us on April 4th, and we'll have, the only opportunity we'll have then is to say yay or nay. And then it goes to council for the second meeting in April of council. So, great. I would love, I'm looking for the agenda, I think. Pardon me? Okay. Yeah, we do have correspondence, if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, I would love to have somebody move adjournment. Pick of the litter, everybody raise their hands. Thank you very much for a long and